the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of June 9th, 2021. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under the Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw and City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation and the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, updated Ministerial Order number M192. As such, committee members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also, participating by phone. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The staff contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Committee members are reminded to please enable their video to ensure quorum is maintained during the meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of City of Vancouver's staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Deputy City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart. It's noted that you have a leave of absence for civic business from 3 till 10 p.m. Can you hear me?
Mayor, we're having trouble getting your audio. I'll just give you a minute to work through that.
Okay, we see him. Councillor Carr?
Here.
Councillor DiGenova?
Present.
Councillor Fry?
Here.
Councillor Swanson?
Here.
Councillor Hardwick?
Present.
Councillor Wiebe?
Present.
Councillor Boyle?
Present.
Councillor Dominato?
Present.
And in the chair, Councillor Bly? And
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Yung has a leave of absence from for civic business from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. today.
I am present. I'll be popping in and out.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just check? Is that working now?
Yes, we can hear you, Mayor.
Hooray. Okay, thanks.
And we can hear you in the chamber.
Great, thank you very much, Deputy City Clerk. Members of Vancouver City Council joined Canadians right across this country in outrage and heartbreak upon hearing of the attack and killing of a Muslim family in London, Ontario this week. London police are calling it a hate-motivated attack. Salman Afzal, his wife Madia Salman, their 15-year-old daughter Yumna Afzal, and Salman Afzal's 74-year-old mother Talat Afzal were out for a walk when a driver in a black truck ran the family down. Police say the driver of the truck, who was arrested about 10 minutes from the scene the same evening, planned the attack and targeted the family because of their Muslim faith. Friends and family of the victims described the family as being deeply involved in the community and committed to their faith. This senseless act of violence is a tragic reminder that Islamophobia exists in our society and has lethal consequences for some of our most dedicated neighbors. I ask Council to join me in a moment of silence as we remember Salman Afzal, Madia Salman, Umna Afzal, and Talat Afzal, as we keep their surviving 9-year-old son Fayez Afzal in our hearts, and as we confirm our commitment to fighting Islamophobia and all forms of race-based hate and hate crimes in our city and in our country. So we'll have a moment of silence now. Thank you, Council. Our hearts are with the community in London, Ontario today and ongoing. Now I'd like to go over the plan for the day. Following the updated guidance issued on December 4th, 2020, and further extended on February 5th, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the Provincial Health Officer Order on Gatherings and Events. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to Council will be by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. We have 10 items of business on today's agenda, 4 staff reports, 2 which were referred from yesterday's Council meeting, and 5 items of unfinished business and bylaws, which will be dealt with in the Council portion immediately following the Standing Committee. We will recess at noon for lunch and in camera and reconvene at 4 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6 p.m. And finally, I'd like to remind Council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the City Clerk in final written form before the Council member introduces them. Please ensure that the City Clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. As chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers, no presentations, or consideration items, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. There are no speakers or presentation for item 2, transfer of parks development cost levies to the Property Endowment Fund for the Broad Slopes Park expansion, designation of permanent park, and approval of a capital plan, a capital budget for deconstruction. Does any member wish to hold this item for debate or questions to staff? I see we do have Councillor Hardwick. You are on the queue, so I will advance you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I have questions on this item.
Okay, so we will hold this report. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you.
And Councillor Kirby-Young, I see you're off the queue. Okay, thank you very much. So does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest? Hearing none, we need a motion. Oh, actually, we're gonna hear the report. So we're actually gonna start with. Okay, so before we begin, I would like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments. Should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver and if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the speakers list. There's actually only 1 speaker to item 1, and there's no speakers to item 2. So I'm going to move us along here to the first item, which is the 2021 Homelessness Action Week in support of housing grants. On the line, we have Sandra Singh, General Manager of Arts, Culture and Community Services, and Celine Mobilis, Acting Managing Director, Arts, Culture and Community Services, Homelessness Services and Affordable Housing Programs, to respond to any questions if there are any. And Sandra, I'll hand it over to you to introduce the report.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have any kind of prepared presentation for you. This is an annual program that we bring forward to Council every year. The grants, as you see in the report, have a significant impact in the community on a variety of different outcomes, from destigmatization to service. I would like to thank the team for their work on this. As noted, we have our Managing Director of Homelessness Services and Affordable Housing Programs, Celine Mobilis. We also have Mary Ellen Glover, who is our homelessness planner, and we're here to answer any questions from Council.
Thank you very much, Sandra. So Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff at this point. Are there any questions? Seeing nobody on the queue, we could actually move to hear from speakers on this report. All speakers will be heard by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speaker that we have through. Clerk, do we have the speaker on the line? I believe Stephanie Forster Limage.
Yes, the speaker is on the line.
And I'll just introduce Stephanie as the CEO and founder of Limage Media Group, Give and Share Humanitarian Software. Stephanie, are you there?
Good. Yes, I am. Yes. So good morning, His Worship. Yes. So good morning, His Worship, councillors. Yes.
I'm just going to let you know, Stephanie, you have 5 minutes to speak to council, and there may be questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. So good morning, His Worship, councillors and Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. First of all, I want to applaud you regarding the work that's being accomplished in the city. Today, I wish to discuss and propose an initiative and pilot not only surrounding Homeless Action Week, but an ongoing social impact, and state on the record that I'm opposed to the recommendations regarding my not-for-profit in the HAW grant. My rationale is as follows. I'm proposing a city partner system that can help mitigate homelessness in Metro Vancouver through the implementation of GiveShare humanitarian software and mobile application. So as of 2020, there were found to be 3,634 people in Metro Vancouver experiencing homelessness. Individuals are most likely to be already oppressed and part of oppressed and marginalized communities. Indigenous, LGBTQ, mentally ill, and racialized individuals are far more likely to experience homelessness than those not in those groups. So being faced with structural forms of oppression, it can be very difficult for people experiencing homelessness to find food, shelter, and access to resources that benefit them. Our solution to this pressing issue is to utilize humanitarian software that can help mitigate some of the most substantial risks that come with homelessness, and to help address issues of homelessness and shelter in Metro Vancouver area, as well as 9 of the other largest metropolitan cities in Canada, which we've scaled into. This is through the support of our university and community partners, such as Montclair State University in New Jersey, United States. And we've onboarded a team of 4 dedicated data analysts who I currently have focused on obtaining and analyzing the data sets, not only from Vancouver, but 9 other major metropolitan cities here in Canada. I created GiveShare early in the pandemic to assist people experiencing homelessness, as well as low-income individuals in finding low-cost free meals, access to justice, and much more. We have 9 modules within the system, one of them being a module that focuses on finding access to low-cost and free shelter for those in need. By distributing GiveShare as a community and government partner and with government partner support, the software creates a new possibility to provide nightly shelter to individuals in need. GiveShare can be easily distributed to government partners and community partners, such as humanitarian organizations and NGOs. With continued research and development, along with widespread distribution, GiveShare has the ability to serve as a central database for resources, training, governance, and real-time monitoring. So over the last year, my not-for-profit has honored an MOU with the City of Vancouver to share data and updates surrounding urban food security. This is an initiative that was deployed just before the city declared a state of emergency last year. I created a public Google map tracking the status of free to low-cost meals as well as other services. My objective was to find patterns and to analyze data and determine the areas that would be most vulnerable. I then sent this information to Mr. Moncton, who passed it to the right people, and that began my relationship with you, a relationship I value and respect. So given we've already established a relationship and have an MOU, it only makes sense to come to you to propose to the City of Vancouver to be the first municipal government to launch the pilot in partnership with us. It would be a shame if it was not possible and raise some questions due to the fact that there's a public record and awards for the work, which we've already accomplished. One award I personally delivered to Mr. Moncton's staff to provide to him and honor him for responding in such a valiant way. So we're very much out there, and by that doing international speaking engagements at global tech conferences and partnering with universities not only in Canada but the United States, and currently scaling nationally and soon internationally. And the ideation for this technology started when I was documenting stateless and internally displaced people in Haiti post-2010 earthquake, where I lived on the ground for nearly half a decade and been working for 11 years, providing humanitarian relief, award-winning media mentorship programs, and much more. Also, my own personal experiences with homelessness and poverty have shaped this system, as I myself have navigated this system over the years when faced with precarious circumstances. With a special emphasis on the season I exited out of the child welfare system and was a ward of the state. So I humbly ask you today to consider our proposal to be known as the first city in Canada to deploy this technology as a city partner system. We would have to rework a new MOU, and our team can provide the infrastructure to deploy, but that requires cooperation, communication, and unity in order for social impact to be achieved. We'd be providing the city with a license and legal governance that's negotiable, and the service would not be a financial burden because we would provide you with the tools required for success. Regardless of the outcome today, we continue to scale and implement and create social impact to support those on the margins through innovation and compassion. And thank you for your time and kind consideration this morning.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. I do not see any questions from councillors for you, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
So that brings us to the end of our speakers list. And I will now ask if there is, if anyone would like to move a motion. Actually, Councillor Swanson, I see you're on the list. Would you, I can advance you.
I'll move the motion, the recommendation.
Great, thank you very much. So the motion has been moved and is on the floor. And Councillor Swanson, you are first on the queue to speak to this.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
Do we have an opportunity to ask questions of staff or just through points of information?
You can ask through points of information questions to staff or before the speakers.
Oh, I understand. I just wanted to make sure you were allowing that as you hadn't in a previous meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
I don't have much to say, just that I support us giving these grants.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. A point of information through you to staff. I'm just wondering, I mean, just because this is also for the public record, I see that it's very well outlined in the report, but how many organizations did you hear from that inquired that perhaps didn't apply overall? Would this reflect all of those organizations?
Sandra, would you like to comment? I note in the report that it does have a list of applicants that didn't. I'm just going to ask staff.
Thank you.
Councillor DiGenova, I'm just going to ask staff. Sandra, could you comment?
Yeah, sure. I'll ask Mary Ellen Glover to respond to that.
Yeah, it does encompass, we had two other inquiries over and above the applications that I spoke to potential applicants about.
Okay, and just a follow-up to that would be, did the applicants or potential applicants express any concern of barriers or any specific issues with being able to fill out the application? Did they share with you any reasons as to why they didn't move forward in making an application?
A couple of people that called that weren't actually eligible. Some of the questions were around from other municipalities trying to apply. And then one of the applicants or potential applicants who didn't apply, staff was supporting that applicant to go through the application form, but in the end, that person decided not to apply. But I think that there could have been some barriers in the application form, and I know that staff is working hard on making our grant application process a little more equitable.
Thanks very much. Just another follow-up point of information through staff, or through the chair to staff. It's surrounding something that I'd like to confirm. I understand that by moving forward and council approving these grants, it will help organizations such as the ones who are listed, I won't go through all of the names, to likely be more successful in their applications for provincial and federal grants. Is that the case?
Staff?
Celine, would you like to answer that?
Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Homelessness Services and Affordable Housing Programs. For some of the applications, yes, I think in any funding application, I think funders are looking for other funding to support projects, but noting many of the grants here are very small and for specific events.
Thanks very much. I'll just speak in support of this. I had inquiries, not just about this specific report and these recommendations for grants, but as to why the City of Vancouver does participate in this when provincially and federally through BC Housing and through other streams of funding, perhaps might better be suited to housing and homelessness for the reasons of what different levels of government are mandated to participate in. And what I had described was, it was my understanding that these organizations actually would not only benefit from the funds, but also having that support from the City of Vancouver that would help them to be more successful in those grant applications they had to provincial and federal governments. So I think that that is very important. I also do worry that there are barriers to our application process in understanding just nonprofits and the amazing amount of work some nonprofits have had, with layoffs, with issues that they have experienced during the pandemic themselves. And I really want to thank our staff because I know it's a lot of work to consider and go through these applications, and even beyond that, to speak to people who have inquiries about these applications prior to them making the decision as to whether or not they're eligible to apply, if they should be applying or how they should go about doing that. So I really want to thank our staff. I understand that especially to Sandra, you and all of your staff have a lot on your plates right now, and just wanted to note my appreciation of that. Happy to support this, but I do think that as we move forward, we
That's
also
your time, Councilor Genova. That is, we're over 5 minutes here.
There
yeah.
you go.
Okay.
Thank
great. Thank you. Councilor Carr.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, my questions are to staff really arising out of the speaker that did take the time to come to speak to council. And I noticed that 27 organizations did apply for these grants, 15 got grants. Could you explain to me the process in terms of relaying the information to those organizations who did not get grants as to other options for them or the reasons why? Have you been able to be clear with each organization that did not receive a grant? And helpful.
Staff?
Hi, it's Mary Ellen Glover. One of the steps as part of this, it's new this year, we're going to do feedback for each of the grant applications. So an actual evaluation point score and then notes from the adjudication team, and that will go to each applicant that didn't get the grants. And also I will ask folks who did get the grants whether they want to receive that as well, and staff do take the time to encourage folks on what parts could be ameliorated on in the future, and what the adjudication committee scores were, so to help folks be able to be successful in the future.
Okay, that's great. I think that's important information for us to know as councillors, and I really appreciate staff playing that helpful role with grant applicants. In terms of the organization, Limited Media Group, I think the speaker, Stephanie Forster-Limage, talked about having a relationship already with the city. And so I'm wondering if that is ongoing or not.
Over to staff.
I think Sandra Singh here, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services. I can check back with the social policy team in terms of the food systems tracking, so I can get back to you offline around that. Okay. We do have a number of, as you know, many organizations that we grant, and sometimes we grant part of their work, sometimes not other parts of their work, and so it just really varies on the specific application as well as the funds available and the other applications that we receive and how the adjudication committees balance out the applications.
Yeah, I totally understand the need. I mean, it's not a lot of money, you know, and I know that we have a chance as council always to review that amount that goes into grants, but I appreciate the diligence that you're doing in this work. And finally, just to make sure and by the way, especially around the food and the food provision during COVID, it's been so incredible in terms of the collaborative effort that has been coordinated by you as staff. And I know it's been a long haul over the last year and a half. So thank you for that. And just finally, to make sure it's very clear that if council were to make any decision to award any extra money to anyone else, it would have to be done at the same time as actually decreasing that amount without any staff review. So it's really kind of an impossible situation at this point, is it not?
Yes, that's the case, Councillor.
Yeah, good. Okay, just wanted to be clear. Okay, thanks very much. I am supportive of the recommendations in this report and commend staff and commend all the organizations who applied and the organizations that have received funding for the good work done and the good work to be done.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Appreciate that. You are our last councillor on the list to speak, so I'll take us to a vote on item 1. And that motion or that report passes unanimously with all councillors and mayor in support. So thank you very much, staff, for the tremendous work on that granting program, and to all of those that applied and are doing this good work in the community. That concludes item 1 on our agenda. We'll move over to item 2, transfer of parks development cost levies to the Property Endowment Fund for the Burrard Slopes Park expansion, designation of permanent park, and approval of a capital budget for deconstruction. We have Patrice Impey, General Manager of Finance, Risk and Supply Chain Management, as well as Nick Kassam, General Manager of Real Estate and Facilities Management, Greg Hamilton, Manager of the Property Endowment Fund, and staff from Parks and Engineering Services and Legal Services on the line to respond to questions if there are any. So we have a full team here. I see Councillor Kirby-Yung is first on the queue. So Councillor, over to you. You have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff.
Thank you, Chair. I am fully supportive of this report because I remember, and Councillor Weep will remember, when we opened the pop-up park with Bits and Pines. I do have one question, and that's with respect to sort of affirming it doesn't fetter utilization of the Arbutus corridor, whether that is in terms of passive green space, which is not under the jurisdiction of the park board, nor has it been proposed that it be, or whether it be utilized for other purpose, such as a potential future streetcar line, not specifically through the acquisition of the property that the city has done, but by designation of this to permanent public park. So I wonder if staff can speak to that.
Steph, over to you.
Yeah, I think Dave Hutch, are you going to respond to that one?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung, for that question. And I can confirm that we're collaborating closely with engineering services, particularly transportation planning, on the integration.
Well, Dave, can you speak up a little bit? I think they're having trouble hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll start again. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung, for your question. And I can confirm that we are collaborating closely with engineering services and particularly the transportation planning group on the integration of the Arbutus Greenway into this park planning process. So we've been at the table with them in the scoping and planning phase to ensure that this will be a very synergistic approach.
So can I ask, thanks Dave, can I ask one more explicit answer then? So I want to be clear on the record. So if there was a desire or an opportunity to use this for a streetcar line, it does not preclude that.
That is correct. We acknowledge, of course, that requirement will still stand. Yes.
Okay, I wanted to be clear because I know that's something that people ask about, and that is the one question that I have, other than, I guess one quick follow-up is that we have yet to be successful in acquiring that one remaining parcel on the, I guess that would be the northeast corner of the block, correct?
That is correct, but we do feel we have a critical mass of land that allows us to proceed with enough park space to make it work.
Great. Thanks, and thanks, Chair. I'd be happy to move the report at the right time. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You can certainly join the list. You do have 2.5 minutes left. To go back on the queue, Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks very much. And that was certainly my starter question, as I remain concerned about the connection from the old streetcar line, especially in light of future developments in South Falls Creek connecting with the potential Arbutus line. I have a few other questions. I understand that there is there are buildings on it, and it says in the report that we want to spend 1.6 million to demolish the buildings. Is there some kind of short-term reuse for the space that we could keep some or all of the buildings on site until the full plan park is developed?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Hardwick. It's Dave Hutch, Director of Planning and Park Development with the Park Board. The majority of the buildings on the site are at the end of their serviceable life, and we do have an interim plan, of course, to deconstruct the buildings and temporarily green the space to deliver, while planning for the longer term park, deliver green space and open space for the community. So that is the plan at the moment. We do know from preliminary inspections and speaking with the leaseholders that these buildings are very simple construction and are generally at the end of their serviceable life.
I was thinking more like film production space, things that would be short-term uses that, since there's a dearth of those that are available. So anyhow, it seems that there may be some opportunities depending on the timeline here. So that was one of the things that I was interested in understanding. In the report, my question is, where is the appraisal? The PEF properties have been appraised by an independent third-party professional appraiser and valued at $41,150,000, it says. Where's the appraisal and who's the independent third party?
Jerry, can you take that one? Jerry Evans? Jerry, are you on?
You may be on mute if you are speaking, Jerry.
Do you want to go to your next question, Councillor Hardwick? You may just be having trouble getting on unless someone else wants to comment. Yeah, just in the interest of time.
While that, I'd still like to have that question answered, but
yes, we will.
There is one property still in private hands, as Councillor Kirby-Yung noted, on the corner of 5th and Fir, and it looks like it's a long-term owner and not a developer. What guarantees are in place that the property will be acquired by the City of Vancouver and not a major developer? Should the city pursue expropriation, there could be a risk of the repeat of the 508 Helmken tower on the single block at Emery Barnes Park. Can you please comment on the status of the block at the corner of 5th and Fir?
Is this to Parks, to Dave?
Well, it's really a real estate question.
Jerry Evans, Director of Real Estate Services. Sorry, I had a bit of difficulty logging on there. Real estate matters regarding the acquisition of land by the city are appropriately dealt with through an in-camera meeting of council. So we would, if council so wished, we would be able to provide council an update on our acquisition strategy through an in-camera meeting.
I'd certainly appreciate that. Jerry, are you able to answer the question that I had earlier about the appraisal?
Could you repeat the question again?
Well, where is the appraisal? It was not in the report, and it says that it was appraised by an independent third-party professional and valued at $41,150,000. Big price tag. So I'm wondering if there's more information about that.
So typically we do not provide the appraisals as part of the council report. They are very large, detailed appraisal reports. So typically we just provide the actual appraised value. I can confirm that it was done by an independent external appraiser. It's based on the market value of the land based on its existing zoning and represents fair market value.
Why would you use appraised value versus assessed value in this situation, given that it is going into the PEF?
Just 5 seconds to respond, Jerry, sorry.
Assessed values are dated, they're based on a valuation date of the prior year. So we always do it based on the current valuation date to base the market value.
Round of questions.
You're out of time, but perhaps another councillor will. Councillor Hardwick. So there are others on the queue that perhaps could do that. Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. So what we're basically talking about here is taking money out of the capital plan to put in the PEF, right? To put in the property endowment fund.
Jerry?
It's funds that are in the DCL funding that we set aside in the capital plan for land acquisition, and it would be transferring that to the PEF, yes.
So if we didn't do this transfer, would we still have a park, and could we use the money for social housing or something else?
These the DCLs are specific to parks. So when we set up the capital plan and the DCL program, which you'll see when we bring you the capital plan next year, that there are specific DCLs that are allocated to parks, and that's based on the land acquisition strategy for parks, similar to housing and the other areas that have DCLs. So that's identified early on, and it's only to be used for park purposes.
But
we do have separate DCLs for housing, of course, right? Yeah.
Pardon?
Sorry.
I said we do have separate DCLs for housing. So we look at the capital plan and what our plans are, and that helps to determine the level of DCLs for each of the different categories when we look out at our 10-year strategy.
Okay, so it's for parks. So, but we already own the land except for the corner. So would it also be possible to take that money from the DCLs and use it to actually buy a piece of land for parks someplace else or adjacent to this one to make it bigger or something like that?
Yeah. The again, when we set the plan, it's with the expectation for that 4-year period of what acquisitions Parks is going to be doing. So the funding is set aside for that, for those acquisitions that have been identified. And our policy is that the PEF gets reimbursed for that land so that they can reinvest in the PEF.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'd like to move for a second round of questions.
Thanks very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yay.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Weeb. We have a second round of questions, and your first round of questions starts now.
Perfect. My first question is, in the report, it talks about the Van Place strategy to transfer lands from the PEF for park purposes. Do we have, I know when we were at Park Board, there's a significant amount of PEF fund, properties that were earmarked for park purposes. Do we have a timeline on when we would see that transfer, or a report that would outline the amount of properties outlined for park purposes that have not yet been transferred?
Staff?
Dave, are you able to respond to that one?
Thank you.
There you are. Okay.
Thank you, Patrice, and thank you, Councillor Wee, for that question. With regards to, we would have to get back to you on that question. It is a fairly expansive and comprehensive answer that would be required, and we'd, of course, have to work with Nick Kassam and his real estate team. But certainly, we could get back to you on that question.
Okay, because I know it was something that was supposed to come to council at one point, was the transferring of lands from the Property Endowment Fund for park purposes. And I haven't seen that report come. The other report that was supposed to be associated with this was the transferring of properties to be permanent parks. I'm just wondering, and I guess this question's to Paul Mulcahy, do we have a report coming back on when we will be doing the transfer of a lot of the park space in the city of Vancouver that has not yet been designated permanent parks to become permanent parks?
Thanks, Councillor. So yeah, there is a significant body of work there that staff have commenced. I would say, given kind of just other pressures over the last year, we have not kind of been actively pursuing that. I know it's an issue that certainly Donnie's cognizant of as well. So we don't have a timeline at this point in time. We do need to pick that work up again. And there's a fair amount of staff resources associated with that. Those transfers have significant implications, obviously for Park Board, but as well as for the city. And we really need to understand in each case what's in those parks and what's in particular what's underneath those parks. So there's a lot of work there, Councillor. I can follow up in terms of a potential time frame for you.
Okay.
I can speak to that as well. Actually, it's Karen Grove from Legal Services, so I'm assisting with that file. And that is a file that just due to the pandemic, resources sort of were reallocated away from. But work has recommenced on that. There was recently a kickoff meeting. And so we do hope to bring a report back in the fall that gives you an update on that process.
Okay, thank you. And the next one is recognizing the limited funds available in the park DCLs for land acquisition. A lot of the properties have significantly increased as we wait to transfer them from PF to parks. So I'm just wondering, what is our process to ensure that we're not inflating these valuations on these properties to a point that they are no longer appeal to the Vancouver Park Board, or there's no funding available to make these transfers as we try to ensure that there's much natural space for the residents of Vancouver?
Maybe I can speak.
Yeah, go ahead, please. It's Nick. Yeah, I can maybe jump in. Thank you, Councillor Reeve, through you, Chair. In response to that question, and maybe a previous one too, so Donnie and GM of the Park Board and I will be working towards outlining what those needs are, and one of the ways to mitigate that is to identify particular parcels and arrange for a price that is reasonable, that we can set and hold for them for a period of time, and then go work with Patrice through the capital planning process and DCL process to ensure that those funds are available in the future. So that's one way we were discussing or contemplating on how to mitigate some of those increases in property values.
Okay. Yeah. Do we have a timeline when we think that would come to council?
We'll probably need to get back. We'll probably need to get back to you, Councillor. I need to work with Donnie on that. But we will come back to you at some point and reference that.
Yeah, we would incorporate that into our capital planning processes. So we look sort of at the 10-year view, the long-term view, what the needs are, and the funding sources. And then as we do the capital plan, that's sort of the next step from that analysis as well. So that will come to council as well.
Thanks very much. We're just over the 5 minutes there. Councillor Boyle.
So much, Chair Bly. My question is about land value increases associated with this sort of significant investment in a public amenity. And I'm wondering if staff can speak to what we would expect on that front in the surrounding areas, and if we have any way to ensure that, given the significant public investment that we would be making, which, to be clear, I think is great, that any private land value increases that are created that there's some way that some of that private wealth is redirected back into more public investments.
Jerry Evans, Director of Real Estate Services. Within the Burrard Slopes area, the zoning around there is unless there's essentially a rezoning that is occurring, which could certainly with the Broadway plan could certainly include this area here. I think any increases in land values as a result of these forms of capital investments that the city's making would get captured through that process. But if the zoning is remaining unchanged, then it's purely a case of the market forces will do what the market forces are going to do.
Okay, I guess that's part of what I worry about. So do we have do we anticipate kind of an escalation in land values or in land costs around that area from this type of project? Which again, I think the project is great. I just want to make sure I understand the implications in terms of the surrounding area for housing and the small businesses around that little stretch and whatnot.
We do have what they call a DCE, which is a development cost expectation in place for the whole of the Broadway corridor currently, until the Broadway plan is approved and public benefits strategy is also approved as part of that process. So that DCE is designed to put a lid somewhat on escalating land values until we have an approved policy and approved plan and financing growth policy in place for the area.
Okay, great. That DCE was part of what I was hoping to hear about, and it goes right down to 4th or 2nd, or how
yes,
far?
It's I think it's down to 1st. I wouldn't swear on it, but I'm pretty sure it's down to 1st Avenue.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. I'll leave my questions at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Yung for your second round of questions.
Yeah, thank you. I want to follow up on Councillor Weave's questions around sort of the two components of destination of permanent parks, because I actually brought that motion forward in the last park board term that asked for an audit of which parks had been operating as parks but had not yet been designated as permanent public parks, and that was fully supported by the board. And part of the discussion was also included sort of batching, if you will, for lack of a more technical term, or identification to sort of mitigate the work and recognize the amount of work it was, as well as property values, bringing some of that forward sort of in steps or batches sequentially. So I'm wondering if I can ask staff if that's the approach that's being taken, and if that direction, which I believe memory serves was unanimously supported by Park Board last term, is guiding that work.
Karen, would you be able to follow up on that?
Yeah, and I'm glad Karen's on the call, because I remember, Karen, you were part of those discussions, I recall, right?
Yes, and still am. So I don't really want to go into too much detail on this, because we will bring a report in the future on it. But the current plan, the work that has been done essentially has been to review all of the parks in the city and determine which historically did receive designation as permanent public park under the charter. So as you will probably recall, that there's several sections under the charter that deal with the designation of permanent public parks. The most common one is a council motion, but there are other ways in which park can be designated. So designation in the subdivision plan in the land title office, for example, if it's gifted to the city in the deed of gift, or if it's in some sort of transfer document. So there's hundreds of parks in the city, and that required a very, very significant amount of work in terms of searching physical archives at the Park Board office, because records just weren't really maintained that well, as well as council records back sort of 60 years. So we've done that work, which does amount to, I would guess, like thousands of hours of work across staff. And we plan to bring forward a consolidated list of the parks that have designation status. There's a few that have statuses like temporary public park or reservations, as well as those that have permanent public park in a consolidated list. So those, just to clarify, those are designations that have been done. And so what we're doing is creating one consolidated location where we can reference everything as of a point of time that will have been completed. That also required us to review all of the title information for all of those parcels as well, to make sure the titles were accurate. And then there are parks, a list of parks that have been identified as parks that have not been designated, And so those are being reviewed on a batch basis, and that requires review from multiple different departments within the city, because there are some parks that are not appropriate for permanent public park designation because they may be things that would have a future road right of way or a major utility in them. So they're being used for park, but not necessarily able to sort of be akin to a fee simple transfer. And so those are being reviewed by the various departments and recommendations will be brought forward. Again, that review does take quite a bit of staff time. So they will be done in a batch basis over the course of several years. And in addition to that, other work that the project will look forward to in the future is,
in the interest of time, so I have limited time, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's really helpful context. The other piece of it was that in order to ensure that we don't add to the backlog, that as we have new parks, happy circumstance, that we take that step as sort of a good best practice to do parks as they're coming on stream, so that we don't end up with additional ones that haven't been designated. Is that happening? Is that the intent?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's work that's happening in parallel as well. And so we're looking at best processes there. And that's one of the reasons that in this report that you're looking at today, we're asking for those two pieces to happen together so we don't continue to add to the backlog.
Exactly. So that's what we see happening here. This is an illustration of that, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Hardwick, second round of questions.
Thanks very much. I'd like to go back to the question of assessment versus appraisal. My understanding, again, this is going to be to Jerry, is that the current zoning is industrial IC1. And is it really 41 plus million, or are we inflating the value? Is this really fair market value based on actual industrial use? Or the speculative values based on the prospect of rezoning properties to be reassessed? So again, I'm not sure, I'm struggling with the notion that the PEF is trying to sell it for parks use for city cash so that they can deplete park budgets and speculate on property in the transfer from fresh funds. So why are we appraising industrial land at such a high level? And what is the comparison between this independent third-party professionals appraisal versus, so what if it was last year, the assessed value of the property?
So the Jerry Evans, Director of Real Estate Services. So the independent appraiser will always base their valuation at a valuation date, and it will be based upon comparable analysis of similarly zoned industrial properties that are generally commercial or industrial in nature. So they typically look at land sales that have occurred in the
I know how appraisals work, and so what is the assessed value of the property in comparison to the appraised value?
So the assessed value would be based upon a previous year valuation date. I don't have the 2021 assessed value to hand, but that would be based upon.
Well, I'm sure you can just go to the website and look it up, because BC Assessment lists all of those assessed values. It should
and that would be
easily available.
That's right, and it's based upon a valuation date as of July 1st, 2020. So the date of valuation.
That's only a short time ago. It's not going to have gone through a material change. I'm asking a straightforward question. What is the difference between the assessed value, the most recent assessed value, and the appraised value? You're the head of your real estate. You should be able to answer that question.
We'll get that information for you, Councillor. Obviously, the basis of valuation that we use is always based on its fair market value, and we use an independent appraiser to do that. So we don't use assessed value to do that.
But we're not selling to a private developer on this property. We are selling it to the Park Board, another organization within the city.
We are transferring it, and so when the Property Endowment Fund makes that transfer, it's essentially recovering the funds so it can replace those existing assets. So there is no profiting there. They simply would take the funds from that transfer, and then they would replace those income producing assets within the fund.
Has there been an examination done to look at the merits of this approach when dealing internally in the city versus externally selling to outside buyers?
Councillor, it's Nick Azamia, General Manager, Real Estate. I would suggest that, you know, as you're well aware, the PF is an enduring fund, and in order to preserve the value of the fund, practice and policy has been that the PF transacts at fair market value. So if I had to go purchase property today from the market, I would be purchasing at fair market value, and same with disposition. So so generally that's been the practice for us, is to deal in fair market value and get those third-party independent appraisals to validate the values that we are transacting at.
Well, since we're voting on this today and I won't have the opportunity to look at the fair market appraisals versus the assessed value, that makes it difficult to make a decision on this. But if that's the answer, that's the answer.
Councillor, it's Paul Mokrey here. Council always has the opportunity to refer matters back to staff for more information if Council is not prepared to make the decision today. And I would just reinforce the point that Nick made there, that these are properties that were acquired by the PEF. They're being transferred to parks. There's a policy decision here, certainly for Council, generally around the PEF. But I would say that if properties are transferred out of the PEF at less than fair market value, over time, the opportunity or the capacity of the PF to acquire more properties in the future for this type of purpose will be eroded. So that is the policy consideration here.
We'll need to leave it there. We are just past 5 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, and thank you, City Manager. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I have a question to Dave Hutch. And this is on, is there an opportunity in the park development to look at a more linear park that connects the parklands near Delamont?
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. And most certainly, as I mentioned earlier, we are closely collaborating with Engineering Transportation Group on the notion of deeply integrating the Arbutus Greenway into this new park at Burrard Slopes and to Delamont Park as well.
Okay. And then I guess a follow-up question, kind of arising from Hardwick's. Do we see the park board looking at purchasing properties directly instead of going through the PF if it's going to have this land lift that will happen by holding it in this format instead of a direct purchase?
I can speak to that question, and I can ask real estate to follow up if they would like to. So many of the properties in question in this report were purchased prior to the accumulation of the park's development cost levy fund. We currently now do have a development cost levy fund that allows us to purchase those parks directly. So that there's a combination in, as you'll note in the report.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. My first question is probably to the city manager. I'm a little bit concerned that some of the questions that we're touching on with the property endowment fund may be borderline on the territory of in camera under the charter, the Vancouver Charter, and the reasons that we meet in camera for that. So I was just hoping that you might indulge me in letting me know if it's appropriate that I ask similar PEF questions right now, or if I hold those to an in-camera meeting.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I think general questions around policy, from my perspective, are appropriate to be discussed here. I think if there are specific questions regarding specific properties or acquisition strategies, things like that, that's the type of thing that we would recommend Council deal with in camera.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I will move forward with a question. And my question is, it's more of a clarification. Council approves the park board budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So if we were and the PEF is land the city owns, correct?
Yes, as is parkland is owned by the city as well.
Exactly. So if we were allocating parkland to the park board, well, we expected them to pay for it. We'd be giving them in the budget anyways. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's what we did with the DCL allocation, is that was put in the capital budget. The DCLs are in the capital plan and in the capital budget for 2021. The DCLs to pay for this land. So we set that up in a budget, and you approved that through the capital plan. And then there's the money set aside for the acquisition budget for parks for the year. And what you're doing today is just with this particular project, transferring this because it's DCL funded, transferring those DCLs over. So that the budget was set up and the DCLs were set aside for this purpose when you approved the budget.
Thanks. I was just talking in general, including this, but also, I mean, is that fair to say? That's the way I've always viewed it, that, to some of the other councillors' questions that voice concerns around we would be inflating land, then Park Board wouldn't be able to afford it in their budget. Considering we approve and set Park Board's budget, that would be up to us. Is that correct?
I'm not quite sure I understand that question, but yes, because if you're setting the budget and approving the budget, you're the ones council does make that approval, and obviously we present a budget that reflects the plans for the different organizations. So for parks, what the plan is for that period, and ensure that the funding source is aligned.
Okay, and if this land is PEF land, it's actually land that's in the PEF, we're not looking at acquisitions, then inflating our own land isn't something that would be of a concern here for the purpose of allocating that to a park. Is that correct?
It's staying within the city as an asset, and the funding source has been allocated to the parks, I think is what you're...
Thank you. That's exactly what I was just trying to clarify that, because I was a bit concerned just that those facts about the PEF stand and that the city doesn't inflate our own land prices, that there's fair market value and appraisals that come into that. And I understand that the details of that can't be discussed here. Another question I have is, with the PEF, if we were looking at revenue generating properties, and if we were looking at reallocating those, it's my understanding that we would be then looking to trade those off for other revenue generating properties, and that wouldn't be about private wealth, which was a question. That would instead be about the sustainability of the PEF. And perhaps that's a question that could be answered by Jerry Evans, our Director of Real Estate.
Councillor, thank you for the question. It's Nick Hassan, General Manager.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Or the Director of Real
Yes.
Estate, Nick.
Yeah, generally the response to your question is yes. And those would be future decisions for council anyway. As you know, when the city or the PF purchases or disposes land, those decisions are brought forward to you, council, to make those decisions at that point in time. But the idea would be to, ideally procure strategic properties that could benefit the city in the future.
Great. We'll have
Thanks so much. Those are my questions.
Great. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the recommendations and speak to those, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. So we will go to back to the main queue for discussion. And if you'd like to put yourself on the queue,
there we go.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm really happy to see this report on the council agenda. I think it's the first one that we've had in terms of designation of a permanent public park. And it's critically important, in my view, towards livability. One of the greatest, let me start by saying I think that park space is vital to livability in terms of health, recreation, mental health, physical health. And Vancouver has been a leader in that area. One of the benefits of having had an independent park board over the years, and notwithstanding various debates, has been a very strong focus on park space. And that's one of the reasons that the 1,008 hectare acre Stanley Park has been retained, albeit that it's managed by the park board as an asset of the federal government. But imagine what Vancouver would look like if you did not have Stanley Park today, and if that was condos. And so when you layer on the fact that you've had COVID-19 and how important it has been to public health to get outside, you can't underestimate the importance of that. One of my greatest concerns moving forward for Vancouver is retention of livability in terms of those assets. The park board does have a goal of 0.6 hectares of green space per 1,000 people in the city, and that was noted in the report. And I'm really fearful, to be honest, that with increasing densification, and the increasing cost of land values, can be very difficult to acquire that. It used to be with the DCL policy, which was changed when Councillor Wiebe and I were on park board last term, that there was a higher allocation out of those dollars. There's a percentage of the DCL that goes towards housing, towards childcare, towards transportation utilities, and then to park space. And the park board allocation was reduced by approximately half in round numbers, which in order for the city, and the rationale that was brought forward by the city when that came to park board, was for the city to meet its other pressures in some of the social service areas, such as housing and childcare. And so those are very real pressures, but what that meant is that you have less real dollars to acquire park space. At the same time, you have the double whammy of the value of the land continuing to go up. So bottom line is that our ability to acquire new park space is substantially diminished in a city where population will be growing, and people are densifying, and they don't have their own backyards anymore. And so the parks become people's backyards and ability to get outside. It's where they walk their dogs, and you meet your neighbors, and you have a barbecue, and you get sort of a break from, the things that we've all experienced during COVID, like work from home. So I can't stress enough fundamentally how important it is to me. And the additional element that's really, I think, helpful to note is not just that we acquire this park space, but is the designation as permanent public park so that it remains an asset for the public in perpetuity for generations to come and for kids beyond that. It took the best part, I think, of 4 decades, as referenced in the report, to complete this land assembly to deliver a block of a public park. And so imagine, you can get pop-up parks, you can get these sort of small ones where you might have a house that was bequested, like the one near City Hall that was named after Lillian Toe, former long-term executive director at Success. But the ability to create these larger swaths of green space is so challenging today, and to build them. So permanently designating them so that they can't be undone by future wills of council or economic pressures or development pressures is fundamental. Otherwise, we will essentially be living in a concrete jungle. And I think Vancouver will lose a lot of the magic and health that has become Vancouver. So I might sound a bit impassioned about this topic, and it probably comes from having been a park board commissioner, but I did want to share those comments, although I know we have a full agenda, because I think it's really important context for council to think about that these are community assets and amenities equally as important as people having a roof over their head and having childcare and all of those things. We've seen, for example, even with the encampments in the downtown east side, which is a park deficient area in terms of green space as well as tree canopy, what it means to a neighborhood when they lose something like Oppenheimer. And that was the only option a lot of people had there, where they had a chance to meet and feel safe and get out of sort of, in a lot of cases, really poor living conditions in the SRO. So it's important across the city in every neighborhood. It's important economically at every level, every socioeconomic level. And I would just sort of share that perspective with council coming from park board as to why I think it's fundamentally important and why something like the DCL bylaw also guides that kind of consistent investment in the percentages that goes towards those different types of public amenities. So those are my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Dominato, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to staff for the report and presentation. I'm equally supportive, as my colleague Councillor Kirby-Yung has articulated very well, of this designated permanent park space. And a couple of reflections around that. We know both from the report, but also in dialogue that we had not that long ago as we were talking about the changing landscape around Burrard, around Granville, around Broadway, is that this area, there is a deficit of park space, particularly based on the population. And while I say that, one of the things that sometimes there's much criticism of how the city was planned and laid out many years before us. one of the things that I think was done well is that there was thought put into having small pocket parks and neighborhood parks, and that residents didn't have to simply rely on going to some of our destination parks. And so that was actually some forethought that I think really defines the city, and it does speak to the issue that Councillor Kirby-Yung raised around livability and the fact that these public spaces, and I think, are well enjoyed by our residents, and it is people's backyards. We definitely saw that with the onset of the pandemic, is people really needing spaces to gather and when they couldn't gather in their homes or in their apartments and dwellings. And so our parks have been a refuge for many. And I think that what this report signals is that we are also giving some forethought, as councils prior to us did, around the importance of making space and ensuring and protecting and creating green space for residents. And this is particularly important as we continue to see our city grow based on the appeal that the city has. People will continue to come here and want to live here. And so with a shifting demographic and population and densification, I think it's critically important that we make these investments. And so from my perspective, this is money well spent. I know it takes a long time because we are also trying to do assemblies elsewhere to support more green space in the city. So this is a critically important part of our city amenities, and I think that residents both today and in the future will benefit from this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And then last on the list, oh no, we've got a couple more. Okay, Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks, Chair Bly. I know that we are all excited about this investment. I don't think anyone on this council needs to be reminded of that. And also, we don't have time for us all to make a big, long speech about how excited we are. But just will reiterate, of course, this is an exciting, we make many hard decisions, and to get to create a big new park is a great project for all of us. We all know and hear from people regularly what an excitement this will be, not just for the surrounding neighbors, but folks across the city. I've been part of a number of Facebook threads of parents sharing excitement about different park improvements around the city, and seeing, cargo bikes full of kids tootling around to new neighborhoods to check out new parks, and the Boku Bakery near this one, or other great local businesses around them. This is a great benefit to the neighborhood, but also to folks around the city. And I am excited to take my own kids here, and eventually grandkids too, and be able to have been part of this. So again, I know we all want to celebrate this, and we all know how exciting it is, and I don't want to take up too much time on that, but really glad to be seeing this move forward for all of the reasons that we know and have heard. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And then finally on the list right now, we have Councillor Carr.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to repeat what everyone else said. Everybody was very eloquent in speaking in support of this and the importance of parks. But I want to add 2 points that weren't mentioned. One is the very critical importance of parks, especially those pocket parks, those smaller parks, those local neighborhood parks for children. I'm a great believer that there is something called nature deficit disorder, and the more that children are able to be in natural settings, the better for their mental and physical health. And secondly, the protection of natural areas in the city, the creation of parks and maintenance of parks is incredibly important in terms of resilience in the face of the climate emergency. So for those 2 additional reasons, fully supportive of this.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And with that, seeing no other councillors on the queue to make comments, we can go to a vote. And that those recommendations pass with no one in opposition. So thank you very much, Council, for your thoughtful questions, and also to staff for your work on this. So with that, we are moving to our referred items from the agenda, from yesterday's agenda from the council meeting. And I'm just going to do a quick temperature check if we need to take a couple minutes, 5-minute recess, just to give everyone a chance to, yeah, okay, I'm seeing some nods. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess and come back at 10:50 to deal with the two remaining items on our agenda for today. All right, so we will start with the quorum we have, and hopefully we'll have others join back in just a minute. So clerks, you let us know that we're back on. Great, I can see that we are through the orange cone. So welcome back from a quick recess. We have 2 referred items on the agenda that were referred from yesterday's council meeting to today's standing committee meeting in order to complete the business. And I'd like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they need to be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them, and to ensure city clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. The first referred item is item 3. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova, I think. I can't hear you all that well.
Is
There
that
you go.
better?
Yeah.
Is that better? Thanks. I'm working on that. My point of procedure is that correct? Before you speak, before you get on the queue for discussion, you have to send your amendment in? What if you decide to have an amendment during your 5 minutes? Is that not allowed?
Perhaps I can ask city clerks to clarify, but my understanding is that if you were during your 5 minutes, if you'd like to send in your amendment, you can use your 5 minutes to do that. You could also go off the queue, of course, and send in your amendment and then rejoin the queue. So there's a few options there.
Thanks. But the point of procedure was you don't have to send it in before you actually begin speaking. I mean,
only if you intend to move it at that exact moment.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thanks for doing that. So where were we? So yes. So at the council meeting on June 8th, 2021, yesterday, council received a presentation, asked 1 round of questions, and heard from all registered speakers. Due to time constraints, additional questions, debate, and decision on this item were referred to Standing Committee on City and Finance and Services meeting today, June 9th, 2021. We have staff from Development, Building, and Licensing, as well as from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability, and Engineering Services on the line to answer questions. So at this time, I will be looking to councillors to be asking questions of staff. And first up, Councillor Dominato, you have the floor up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so this is time for questions and follow-up from yesterday?
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. I did want to follow up with staff on a couple of questions based on comments from speakers. One was, I'm looking for some, maybe if staff could comment on what's involved in developing the monitoring compliance framework that's articulated with respect to recommendation D.
I'm going to perhaps suggest, Jesse, you could.
Hi, Jessie Adcock here. Thank you for the question, Councillor Dominato. There's quite a bit of work actually that hasn't been undertaken yet that we would have to undertake. One is the determination of what kind of permit we would use. Similar to North Van and West Van, we are contemplating the development of a heating permit. It takes a while to design the heating permit and then configure it in the system, train staff. We'd also have to handhold applicants through the process. We are anticipating that there would be a surge in volumes before the cutoff date, which would sort of result in a spike in applications. And then we'd also have to train staff in managing the 2 different sets of requirements next year for applications received before and applications received after. And then finally, there is a piece of legal work that the law department would have to do in terms of drafting the components of the heating permit, which would then need to come back to council for a decision before the summer. So all of that work has yet to be started. As you know, we've been pretty busy with stuff during COVID. So there's quite a bit of work, and that's I guess the crux of the issue is to allocate staff to that work. We would be taking them off of the work that they're doing. So that's kind of the fundamental reason for the request.
Okay, thank you. That helps clarify it. And I guess a couple of other questions just related to that is From your perspective, you've been at the helm here for quite some time, and what would be the consequences of council rejecting recommendation D and I'm trying to get at the tangibles, because the conversation is centered around clearing the backlog and addressing getting housing online and small businesses operating the city. Like, what from your perspective would be the consequences and impact?
Thank you for the question, and I'll give mine, and maybe Paul and Ron have other stuff to add. Ultimately, I have been acting based on the request to make the operation more efficient, more productive, and create capacity to increase throughput. So the consequences that we're looking at right now is essentially, I'm looking at capacity, and then I'm looking at resourcing and sort of operational throughput. And what this would do is it would essentially constrain our capacity to complete the work that we have in the system already, because we would be pulling people off of permitting. In terms of the larger consequences, I can't talk to it, but from a business standpoint, it will either put us back behind further, or it will eat into any other efficiency gains that we might derive from some other recommendations. It'll ultimately consume capacity that we need to process permits.
Okay, that's helpful.
Councillor, if I could just add a couple of comments to that. I mean, again, this is a first set of recommendations that council is considering from us. There's a whole lot of other things that we're looking at. So this process of improvement and looking at ways to streamline our permitting process, licensing, so is by no means over. This is one discrete recommendation that we've put to council, and we recognize the trade-off that council would be making here, or is contemplating, between kind of the permitting pressures and council's goals with respect to climate emergency. So again, this is one. It has an operational impact. The reason we brought it forward is because this is a regulatory requirement that is not yet in effect. And so we thought it was prudent for council to, again, be clear and give us clear direction on how to proceed with this. This is one example of the challenges we collectively, you and staff, face with conflicting priorities, or priorities that compete with each other. This is just one of those examples. It's a particularly, I think, important one for us. But yeah, I just wanted to provide that context. So regardless of council's decision here, we'll keep working on this. This is not the end. You'll be hearing lots more from us around other improvement opportunities, some of which will also require policy trade-offs. But yeah, I think just to kind of position, this is one of many opportunities that we're currently exploring.
Thank you.
We're just at 5 minutes.
Can I move for a second round of questions, please?
You are out of time.
Okay, I'll get somebody else to move that. Thank you.
It for you, yeah. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. And my question really follows up on that theme of priorities and decisions. So I'm wondering if staff could speak to, I was intrigued by a number of the comments and suggestions from speakers about other ways that we might speed up permitting. And in particular, one of the speakers suggested that if we put a 1-year moratorium on building new single-family homes, that would free up a lot of staff time that currently is directed toward single detached homes to be able to work on the backlog, and of course aligns with some of our affordability and equity goals. So I'm wondering if that's something staff have explored or are exploring in future recommendations to create the staff time to do this backlog work.
Yeah, Councillor, we to this point have not contemplated just a moratorium on issuing new permits on single family construction. The implications of that are very significant. That would require a lot more work, both in terms of property owners, but of course all of the industry that supports that work. At this point, not something we would be recommending. I think what we're looking to do is make sure that we're right sizing our effort relative to that business.
Okay, and sort of related, in recommendation A, one of the things we heard is that there is more that we could do to deprioritize staff attention on some of the more aesthetic pieces of our reviews in order to create the space to address the backlog. Do we anticipate that we might hear back on kind of a second round of aesthetic pieces that we could deprioritize there?
That's one dimension for sure of many that staff are contemplating. And what we'll be doing is, again, continuing to prioritize those based on impact, kind of effort saved, and so on. So there's a very, very long list of things that could possibly be done here, and a huge amount of analysis that is underway and will continue to be required to do that. So yeah, just we can certainly reassure council that we're looking at absolutely everything. I think every suggestion that you heard last night are things that are already under consideration, other than, for example, the specific suggestion you referenced there about just stopping certain businesses.
Okay, but this is just a first step, and there will be many more recommendations that come to us. Okay.
Absolutely.
My last question is, I'm wondering, this might be to Jesse or whoever, council approved a moratorium on adding new work to this department, which wasn't a unanimous vote, but I am interested to hear what impact that has had and or what impact that may continue to have in being able to prioritize addressing the backlog.
Thank you for that question. I think that moratorium signaled to staff that their concerns were being heard, and that we were really taking the challenge seriously. I think it did a lot for morale, to be honest, but it also did a lot to create capacity to be able to analyze, as Paul said, that long list of opportunities. That would be work that we would otherwise would have been challenged to undertake. So I think that from the perspective of signaling council support for staff and validating the concerns and then helping us create some capacity, for us, it's been a very, very positive outcome. So thank you guys for that.
Okay, great. Appreciate knowing that and having a sense of how that's playing out in support of this shared goal. I'll leave my questions at that. Thanks. Thanks, Chair Bly.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. And I'm just experiencing some issues here with my WebEx, so I will. I may have to turn my camera off in a moment, but just letting you know ahead of time. Chair, I'd like to first of all move for another round of questions.
Great, thank you very much. So we have a motion for a second round of questions. I'll just ask for a vote. All those in favor?
Technically, it's a third, but yes.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you. And any opposed? Okay, so we'll have a second round. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Back over to you.
Thanks very much. I do have a question for staff, and perhaps it's a question for our city manager, Paul Mokry. In 2014, 2015, 2016, every year almost, we have raised not only rezoning fees, but permit fees, licensing fees, various fees. And many of the discussions that you had been there for in your capacity as deputy city manager included this was the previous term of council that I'm referring to, was the questions that were asked about why these fees had increased were to provide better service, better value, to fast track and expedite. So I'm just wondering, what are the expectations of industry here? And by industry, I mean everyone from small businesses. They're applying for business licenses, but especially when it comes to housing, development, looking at that industry and those trades. How are they feeling about paying more, but we still have this backlog here, and they're not quite sure what's going to happen after 12 months here?
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. Yes, as you know, we have raised fees over time. In some cases, those fee adjustments were based on just inflationary costs, and other times they were more substantive. We continue to under-recover our costs on rezonings, which is an ongoing issue. So the amount of work it takes to process rezonings is not covered by the fees we charge. But we did also, Council did approve significant increases in fees in 2 consecutive years to actually increase staffing across the permitting process. I would say generally, from my understanding, businesses are interested to receive service and have indicated in the past that they are actually prepared to pay the cost of that. we had made significant progress. For example, our permit turnaround times for low density housing had improved significantly over that period of time. Again, up until the pandemic, where we're now in an entirely new situation. So yes, I think what we've heard from industry is that they are prepared to pay the cost of the service, but they're then expecting results. So at this point, it is a cost. This is a cost recovery business. It is intended that for permitting, that the cost of processing these permits are paid by applicants. In the case of business licenses, that's a different story. We charge licensing fees that exceed the cost of that business. So business licensing is a bit of a unique case, but from a permitting perspective, we're certainly looking to deliver service that meets expectations and is consistent with kind of the fees that we charge.
Thanks. I had met with the former GM for planning, development, and sustainability with staff some time ago, earlier in this term. And as the city manager will know, and then just preempting the question with this, I had last term asked about airspace parcels. When I look up our schedule of fees right here, it's over $81,000 just to stamp and approve an airspace parcel easement agreement. So the easement agreement itself, I understand that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've been through this in my own work, but I not with the city of Vancouver, but I'm specifically, I'm just asking, when it comes to other cities, they're fine with having a set of lawyers that specialize in this type of agreement oversee this. And that would be the responsibility of the applicant to go out and make sure that they did that properly. It's my understanding that our legal staff pulls apart that entire document again and redoes it over. So I'm wondering why we would expend those resources on something like this when there's very simple, quick changes that could be made that really the city wouldn't legally be responsible for that. It would be the applicant if they did not do their easement agreement properly on an airspace parcel. So, I mean, that's an example. I'm just wondering why we couldn't do something like that. I know I only have 7 seconds, but I'm going back on the queue.
Yeah, there's no time to respond.
You could maybe answer then. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe you'll get that answer in your next round of questions. Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. My questions are really arising out of the discussions that we had at yesterday's council meeting. And the first question is, the city manager said that we've been using the Development, Buildings and Licensing Department to implement policy, and it's become too complex. So my question is, what are the solutions that don't compromise the policy objectives? We heard a couple, and I'm interested in response back to them. One that was raised by speakers was enabling and requiring qualified professionals to do the review and put their professional seal stamp on it. Another was to simplify the process of review. I wonder if you could expand a bit on how staff are approaching that solution or those kinds of solutions.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So I do think in some cases, we do need to look at the manner in which we've implemented these policy objectives in our regulatory process. In some cases that there may be opportunities to simplify, transfer obligations back to applicants. In some cases, it may mean that we have to take additional risk around compliance. And shift more to kind of audit type approaches. So there are risks, and those are the things that I think part of the complexity is each of those types of assessments involves detailed work. Again, I would say that all of our regulatory requirements have a purpose, so they weren't implemented for the sake of slowing things down, and there are implications in changing them, which are complicated and important. So, but yes, I think that notion of reviewing the manner in which we've implemented them. In some cases, it's harder to design these things to work more effectively. So part of the challenge we have is pace of regulatory change, because we default to things that are easier to implement. They may be harder to administer. I think the other question is the extent to which regulation is actually an effective solution to some of these issues, as opposed to incentives or other disincentives. But that's a whole different question. But to the extent that we are using regulation, the challenge, I think, on us is to come up with a regulatory design that doesn't completely kind of backlog our permit process, which is where
Okay, and that work's obviously ongoing. That's okay. One of the speakers said that there seems to be a great deal of inefficiency when the staff checking an application and the details of it change. So it moves from one desk to another. And I think he said time balloons, and depending on which staff are available, etc. So I'm wondering if there's any thought within the department around the consistency of having one staff person follow through an application, or is that just simply impossible?
Yeah, and I'll defer to Jesse to add to this, but yeah, certainly handoffs create complexity and often will contribute to delays. So those are issues that we are looking at. But Jesse, I'm sure you'll be able to elaborate on that.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Thank you, Councillor Carr. I think there's a couple of sides to that answer. The first would be, and actually one of the speakers spoke to this before too, the universe of regulation is so complex that it's sort of unrealistic to imagine that any one applicant or any one staff member can understand the full universe of spectrum of regulation. That said, our solution response to trying to overcome some of this complexity is baked into the ePlan project and some of the digital stuff. As we move more folks to electronic workflows, the more we'll be able to create consistency across the steps in terms of like the decisions that are made, the way we communicate to applicants, and more predictable and reliable turnaround times. So that electronic plan project is really important for us. So that's one of the reasons we're really trying to protect our ability to deploy it.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Another question that came from a speaker was whether or not if a project, in this case a single-family home, doesn't require any gas infrastructure, it will reduce the time in processing the application and inspections significantly. I wonder if you can respond to that, Jesse.
Sure. I mean, it could do theoretically. However, gas stoves are still permissible. Barbecues are still permissible. Those types of instruments are still permissible. So it really will come down to evaluating each. And that said, if there is no gas, I mean, I would imagine that would have some kind of savings. But ultimately, we're not sure how many people will still have gas cooking stoves, for example.
Okay, I'll have to just pause it there. Yeah, that is the time. Thanks so much for that answer. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Riffing off something that Councillor Carr was touching on in her questions there, and that's around the idea of using certified professionals, say a certified arborist or a certified interguide consultant, to offset some of that the workload and actually free up our staff to do the other work, but relying on the professional certification of others to stamp the documents like we would with a geotech or an engineer. Are we contemplating that kind of approach in the next round?
1,000%, yes, we're looking at that. We're actually, we've heard that one loud and clear. That one requires identifying where the opportunities are. So we're talking, if we just fixate on the last comment around the handoffs between departments, we're looking to try and see if we can remove some of that by relying on external professionals, but it still requires quite a bit of research and analysis to understand which professional, how do you address liability, what do we have liability for, what we don't have liability for, where they accept liability, how do you track it, and then that would need to be designed and then change managed into our system, which, as you know, is very complex. So any kind of change management, it's not just sort of, okay, issue a all staff email and okay, as of today, you guys are all going to do this. It doesn't work that way. So it does require quite a bit of thought. We are doing an industry workshop that we're designing as part of batch 2 or batch 3. We're lining it up right now where we're specifically going to workshop all the opportunities for external reliance. The one that we could bring to you right away was this arborist report, which is in the report in front of you today.
Right. Okay. Now, on the subject of this sort of committee and this working group, who's on it and how do people get involved? I've heard from a number of builders that would like to be more involved in that process and share some of their insights.
Yeah, you bet. So mostly it's staff. We We haven't done a lot of external yet because we've been focused on this report, and bringing a report to council in 60 days is, I mean, I know 60 days seems like a lot, but in staff time space continuum, it's actually not that much. So we have a list of sort of like known frequent feedback providers, but we'd be happy to take on any other names and consider that. We just want to make sure that it doesn't get sort of take on a totally different track, but please send us the names.
Sure, and I recognize that takes a lot of management in and of itself to do that kind of work. Do we have the ability to do, and Councillor DiGenova is sort of touching on this with can we do faster fees? So like a tiered fee system where if you wanted to pay extra to get your thing done faster, is that permissible or even legal?
Well, we do have expedited programs for some of the higher profile policies. For example, a short program creates, but mostly as a consequence of identified projects that we have resources sort of navigating our system with this group of projects. We're at a point now where, for example, if you look at our current licensing backlog, I think we've got about 3,000 emails in the inbox. Very hard to kind of pick through some of that to create a fast lane. It would be very hard, and everybody would want the fast lane, and it would be a difficult thing to administer, to be honest, Councillor Fry.
Okay. I'm just thinking from the revenue cost recovery plus allowing it to support more temp work.
The challenge is really in the system itself. We just have a lot of boxes to tick to issue a permit and issue a license, and I think that's sort of my departing words to the group is we got to reduce the amount of boxes that we have to tick to make it faster overall. So.
Okay, well that leaves me to my final sort of question, and we heard from, I think it was Bryn Davidson talking about priorities, and he identified life safety, accessibility, climate change. I would probably add affordability into those sort of priorities that govern how we triage this kind of work. Is that something that's been explicitly directed?
Paul might want to add a little bit more here, or Patrice, but we drive our priorities from the annual budget planning, service planning process. So we do an exercise every year to make sure that CLT and staff are cognizant of where council's priorities are, and we try our best to align our workloads with that. I don't know if Paul wants to add a little bit more here.
Yeah, I think the other piece though is staff are obligated to work within the framework of the existing framework of council approved bylaws, policies, guidelines, and so on. And some of those do include a whole lot of stuff that isn't necessarily directed at those particular priorities that you've just identified there, Councillor. So that's one of the things I think we're looking at, and you've seen some of those recommendations in front of you today around design reviews. So we'll continue to do that. I think we do understand, council's priorities here. I would say though, in some cases, that list of priorities that you just articulated do compete with each other. So I think we need to be clear about that. And we've got some of those examples here today as well. But I think generally we understand what we're looking for, and we'll be assessing kind of these opportunities on our understanding of those kind of clear or higher order priorities that this council has articulated to us.
Thanks. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Apologies. I off the ball on your timer. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, question to staff regarding what would be in Clause D about the zero emission building construction guidelines. Can you talk about the difference between new buildings and the heritage and character buildings? In particular, I'm looking at alignment between the conservation of heritage buildings in compliance with Vancouver's building bylaw as directed by Council in April 29th, 2020. And again, I have no problem with new construction. What I'm getting at here is what are the implications for heritage and character buildings, and let's just start with that.
I'm not sure exactly. D is proposed for new home construction. D doesn't impact existing retrofit. So D pertains to new homes that are proposed to be built January.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. That was a concern that if you're retrofitting any kind of character or heritage building, that would be affected by that. That was my main concern, so I will cede my time, and if anything else comes on, I'll just put myself back on the list.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. Just sort of reflecting back as I lead into this question, that a lot of the discussion, because these specific, and as the city manager mentioned, these are discrete first stage recommendations, and there will be other reports coming to council on this, but a lot of these centered around single family homes in terms of relaxation and the zero emission for new. And a lot of the dialogue from speakers centered on that. But I wonder if you can comment, because I felt that it colored the perception around the fact that these changes are being recommended and single family are being prioritized over others. I wonder if you can comment around the nature of the breadth of the backlog and the fact that is it correct? It doesn't apply only to single family homes. It also impacts multifamily. It also impacts social nonprofit housing projects. It also impacts small business and permits. So can you talk a little bit about the breadth of what the backlog represents, like who it impacts and what kinds of projects?
I can start that, Councillor. So yeah, I think this first set of recommendations you have reflects the direction in the motion from council to focus on small scale projects, as well as the timeline. So the 60-day reporting cycle. But yeah, we're looking at the entire process, as Teresa O'Donnell indicated, including rezonings and inquiries. So right from the kind of very front end of the process all the way through inspections. So those, and that's every project in terms of the potential implications, including business licensing. And I think that's the other component of this. So these issues impact the entire kind of span or scope of projects that we deal with and permit. And we are looking at opportunities that would impact all of those. This first round is a function of, again, the explicit direction from council and the timeline to get back with this first report.
Right. So following up on that, so City Manager, and I appreciate that, and I just want to make this really clear for the public. It's not just the recommendations in terms of where the efficiencies are being brought, but who is in the queue right now that's being affected. There's a diverse amount of people there. Like we heard from one fellow who was an MPO a food service business trying to provide food to people in need during that. We heard from people, small business, that, for example, are paying rents and have to continue, and if their permit's delayed, they're paying rent and they don't have a business that's open. It could be an affordable housing nonprofit project. So we're not talking about doing this for the benefit of, maybe I can be really direct about it, single family homeowners. We're talking about doing it for all of those different uses and outputs. So it could delay housing in many forms. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, 100%. I would agree with you, Councillor. And also that the resources that we're able to reallocate away from that low density housing business will help us process all of those other projects. So that's really there's a win across the board here.
Okay. And then following up to, I'm sort of extending this train of thought to synthesize out, because I find it's helpful after we hear from speakers, is that if council were not to approve these recommendations, and if staff are therefore deployed to develop the policy framework around zero emissions, that not only do we have a backlog that sits there or continues to grow potentially, it also means we might have a policy framework for zero emissions, but not the ability to get permits out the door for those projects. Is that a sort of a reasonable supposition about an outcome if this report doesn't move forward? Whereas, making these changes now could get us to the point where we can actually focus back on getting those sort of prioritizing climate piece and getting some of those permits moving, because they will also have to go into a queue, correct?
That would be true, yeah. Jesse, is there anything you want to add to that?
I think that covers it, Councillor. I think, yeah, just looking at it from an operational math standpoint, if we are processing permits, we'll be slower and we'll issue less permits ultimately, right? So the function of, like, we can't assume that we'll be able to approve all that are received.
So we could have a policy. It would be sort of like being all dressed up and nowhere to go. We have a policy, but nowhere to actually utilize it. So we're trying to actually create capacity to deliver on the climate goals.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I mean, we would eventually be able to issue permits. It's just a question of how long it takes us to get there.
Right. So they would be subject to everything else. Following up on sort of the question that was raised earlier, and I know staff will speak to a high level because it's sort of a legal question, but the notion of sort of shutting down are doing a sort of a ceasefire, if you will, on one type of permit, like a single family home or otherwise, I imagine there would be potential legal issues with that, right? Would it not, that the city is withholding services from specific groups?
I think, Councillor, that's the type of question that we would suggest we canvass in camera, and we would need to do a lot more work on that.
Okay, we're just at 5
Thank you.
minutes.
Thank you.
But we do have a second round. Okay, great. Thanks so much. Councillor Dominato for your second round.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a few last questions I had. One was just with respect to, there's a number of speakers who spoke yesterday about the fact that they are doing installation of electric space heating and domestic hot water and with some success. And could staff just clarify for me, is that that currently, if I were to tear down my home and build a new one today, I could implement all of these features now in terms of infrastructure?
I believe so. I'll just get a quick answer from our buildings group. Yes, we can build now without that.
So I can do that and
voluntarily do all of it. Yeah.
Voluntarily, I can do all of that installation now. And then following on, thank you. Following on my question, two more questions. There was the subject of compliance was raised by the city manager, and in the ongoing work that's happening within the department, are we looking at simplified compliance as a part of as a tool in the toolbox to expedite permits and alleviate sort of the need for staff to be overseeing? Is that part of the conversation?
Sorry, I missed that first part.
The question is are we looking at simplified compliance models going forward? Will that be part of?
Oh yes, this is the start of it. That list of 140 plus growing everyday opportunities, all of it is targeting simplification of the process.
Okay.
Ultimately, that is a step we have to take towards automation and digitization. We are way too complex to digitize. So non-enforcement is an opportunity for us to get work out of the system, and then over time simplification of the process as well.
Okay,
and
thanks.
Repeatability.
Right. Okay. And then I asked a question yesterday with respect to the opportunity to lever our role to communicate to residents about the incentives that are out there right now, provincially and federally, to do retrofits and to adopt electrification in homes. I'm curious if we have an opportunity as well to communicate the upcoming changes and to do an encouragement campaign where we're directly appealing to residents around not only is these changes are going to be coming forward in 12 months or whatever, but also you have an opportunity now, not only about the incentives, but just to encourage people to know that the technology is there. We heard that yesterday from some of the speakers that they have it available and they're actually doing it and they're seeing an uptick in the, so I'm just curious if our communications team could play a role in that.
I think that one's probably one that's more for Teresa. I would definitely say our communications team is always there beside all of us as we roll these things out. So I don't know, Teresa, did you want to comment on that?
Sure, Jesse, thanks. Councillor, could you just repeat the question really quickly? I was actually talking to staff about another item that had come up.
Yeah, no worries. The question is there, as a city, we're often doing mass communications on different issues, things, plans we're working on. Is there an opportunity for us to not only do a campaign to let residents know about the provincial and federal incentive programs around energy efficiency and moving to electrification, but also to let them know that we have changes coming, and this is an opportunity for them to be early adopters, the technology's there, here's a list of companies that you might want to look to source the infrastructure for your home, because we do this on so many different files, but I think I'm just curious if our communications team could take that on to have a campaign built around the opportunities.
Yes, absolutely. Don't think that'd be a problem at all. I know Doug's team has a very extensive network, and we can certainly push all that information out through his network. And working with Tom's team also.
Okay. And so I'm just looking at my notes. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Over to you, Councillor Hardwick.
Great. I'm going to pick up where I left off because I need more clarity on this. So in recommendation D, which is the delay of the zero emission VBBL standards, the proposal is to delay by 12 months the implementation of amendments as set out in sections 19 through 42 of bylaw 12692 relating to mandatory zero emission building construction guidelines for all new homes. The delay for new homes is one thing. However, there does need to be a delay in how this would affect renovations, additions, and related infill to character and heritage buildings, since the required work involving development and permit staff will not be complete in time for the current January 1st, 2022 deadline. So the proposed building bylaw amendments would apply to renovations, is my understanding, on an escalating scale. So this may be not be practical or affordable for retention of character homes or heritage homes, which undermines the city's policies to incentivize retention options. So I would like a little bit more complete answer on the relationship and impact on heritage, since it is a different animal. I don't think anybody's disputing the new construction, but I'm getting sort of conflicting information, in particular about the VBBL and the current January 1st, 2022 deadline.
Doug Smith is going to take this, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. This is Doug Smith, Director of Sustainability. So my understanding is that these bylaw changes will have minor implications around insulation. So if you're rebuilding the outside of your house or windows or things, there may be some insulation requirements for retrofitting. We do have ways to get around that with heritage. It would not require a heritage house to put in a heat pump or force them to replace their hot water tanks or gas-fired furnaces with this type of thing. Sometime way off in the future, the retrofit strategy may lead to that, but that's still just being developed. So at this point, no, this wouldn't have any direct or major impact on heritage homes being renovated.
I understand that development and permit staff have not been available to work on this, and it's unlikely that the bulletin amendments would be ready in the fall as would be required for implementation before the Christmas break in December for January 1st, 2022 deadline. Is that accurate? That it has been an area that DBL staff have not been able to work on? Again, just concerned about the timing aspect of it.
That's correct, Councillor, but depending on Council's decision today, if the decision is to proceed with the bylaw changes as of January 1, 2022, we will move forward with that work so that we can implement in accordance with Council's direction.
But we can't bifurcate between new construction and heritage and character. So if we agree that we don't want to delay it on new construction, but we do want to delay it on heritage and character buildings, we don't have that ability under the current recommendations in the report.
That's not what's been recommended. That's correct.
Okay, that's an issue. Okay, thank you very much for clarifying.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Next we have Councillor DiGenova for a second round.
I'm hoping that I can pick up where I left off, and I'd asked staff that question. I gave an example of a particular, I suppose, an example of a particular process, and I was hoping that staff might be able to comment on that. It was regarding airspace parcels and easement agreements and the way that we deal with this versus other cities, just as one example.
That's right, yes. Jeff Greenberg can speak to that from our law department.
Yes, good morning, Council. I listened to your question, Councillor DiGenova, and I don't necessarily agree with the assumptions under that. Airspace parcel agreements that are worked out through the law department are of two general kinds. One, where the city is taking a part of that airspace and therefore has significant interest in what those reciprocal agreements provide, because we are owning one of the airspace parcels in a development. The second type, which are the simpler type, where we don't take an interest, i.e. a childcare or a different type of a space. The city has concerns because in order for the development to work, the building department, the building inspection department wants to make sure that the proper access, safety aspects, etc., are included in that airspace agreement. And our involvement with those is much less, just to make sure that there is the safety aspects dealt with. And there are standard precedent agreements that we use for each of them. And those agreements are generally drafted by outside counsel for the various applicants that are owning those airspaces, and we are doing reviews and comments on them. So
if I could ask, why would it cost then? And I understood from what I'd heard from the previous, I want to be very clear, it was the previous general manager of planning and development and sustainability, along with legal staff, that I mean, legal does have a role in this, but why does it cost $81,000 for a for-profit and $42,000 for a nonprofit? Regardless, it doesn't say that the number changes. It doesn't change if the city has an interest or doesn't have an interest. That's just the price. And why does it cost that much here and $3,000 in the city of North Vancouver?
I couldn't give you the answer to that question, but what I can say is that there are subdivision fees that are probably factored into those costs, because in order to do an airspace subdivision, you are subdividing. Those things would need to go through the land title office. The basis upon which the city has come up with those fees, we'd have to report back to you on that question, but it's not associated with the legal costs per se of doing that work. We're not recovering costs, as far as I know, directly for the legal work.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just limited by time here. So do you happen to know whether or not this has been discussed amongst other legal departments in other municipalities that deal with reviewing easement agreements when the city, their municipalities don't have an interest?
No, I can't say that I can answer that question.
Okay, thanks so much. I'm so sorry to be so short. I do have one more question, and that question is, I really, and I'll leave some of this to my comments, but I want to be thoughtful in thanking especially Jesse for all of the work that has gone into this. I appreciate the time and effort this takes on top of just trying to get through the backlog. I'm just wondering, I mean, how does staff feel about sort of making these decisions and asking council to make these decisions in light of the fact that there isn't a new permanent general manager of development, building, and licensing that's been appointed? Should they have a hand in that development of this?
Councillor, I can maybe take that.
Thanks.
You know, we received really clear direction from council that this is a problem that needs to be solved quickly. I would really recommend against deferring decisions, waiting for recruitment. At this point in time, we're not intending to initiate a recruitment for a permanent replacement for that role. In the near term, Andrea Law, who has been with the department for 30 years, will be stepping in to lead the department and has been part of this whole process. And has been integrally involved in this. So I would say there's a lot of downside and virtually no upside in deferring a decision for council today. And we are, again, subject to any change in direction from council, we are going to continue moving on this aggressively over the term through to Q2 2022 as per the original direction.
Okay, thanks very much for that fulsome answer. I'll be moving us along to Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah. It's exciting that we have everyone in one room. My first one is just a couple questions on the process. One, there's a lot of really good operational process changes for information, yet there's nothing in the report that says to receive all that for information as council. I'm wondering, is there an opportunity? Because there's a lot of great work that is being done that isn't actually contemplated in the recommendation to council or for us to receive for information.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. It's a great question. I mean, and maybe that's a practice question we need to take back. We often provide council with a whole bunch of context around decisions. We didn't explicitly frame our recommendation that council accept that for information in this instance. I guess we're kind of taking that as a given, but that's an issue that we can discuss with law and the clerks going forward. Okay, it's just, I think in recognizing what we're doing when people only see these 4 without understanding all the amazing work that is on these 2 pages that are in front of me. Second one, I was surprised when looking at the appendix. You go Appendix A, Appendix B are council member motions, and then Appendix C says resolution of council, and it's written like a councilor motion, and it's really confusing on the format. I'm just wondering why the format of writing it as a resolution of council, and who has the ownership of the whereases to state that the good governance of the city is this in a whereas when it says resolution of council. So if we have Grant Murray on, which we do from law, perhaps Grant, you can just articulate kind of a bit of the context around the non-enforcement resolution.
Certainly, it's Grant Murray with Legal Services. Those are draft resolutions that council does not have to adopt. They were drafted as if they were council resolutions for your adoption. If you want to amend them in any manner, you can do that. It's just there's little or no point in saying that we're recommending that you adopt the resolution without drafting it in the first place. It's certainly open to any and all amendments that you would like, but it was just largely regarded as better to have something than nothing. And those ones, as far as I understand it, would both be lawful and achieve the very goals that we've set out in the recommendations. That's why they're in there. They're not embraced by anybody, and they're not council resolutions. They're simply proposed resolutions that may or may not be adopted by council. Okay, so they're staff resolutions of council. Well, they haven't been adopted by anybody, so no, they're not. They're not staff resolutions. They're proposed resolutions the council can or cannot adopt. Okay, it just, when you look at it, it says resolution of council, Appendix C, and so I had a few people that were unclear on who was the author. They were linked up by the recommendations that say these are the these are the resolutions in the appendices. Those are the ones that are being proposed to be adopted. Yeah, I'm just saying that's, I mean, I understand that. It's just, it's an interesting way. I've never seen it put forward this way, and it was confusing for people that looked at the appendixes and weren't sure who was the writer author of the resolution of council when you just look at the appendixes. And I appreciate that.
Councillor Weed, just Jesse, quickly, we did take it's not unprecedented to draft something. We took a similar approach on the temporary permit expedited patio program as well, where we drafted some starter language for council's consideration. So we were trying to fast track.
Okay, including some basic whereases just to give context to the resolution?
It was a draft for you, starter for 10.
Okay. I guess recognizing the amount of speakers we had on this report, is that something that in drafting the report, staff felt that we were going to get that many speakers, or what was the anticipation from staff on how this report would be delivered and received by the public and council?
Councillor, yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, we don't typically write our reports to either solicit public interest or not. I mean, we do produce these reports for council. Obviously, in this case, we understood that, again, given our time constraints and the direction and the fact that we are trying to navigate competing priorities here, that there would be potentially some more difficult discussions or decisions for council to make. We're not intentionally framing them that way. That's kind of the nature of the exercise we're engaged in. The level of public interest isn't something, again, that we would typically take into account. So yeah, it's not a factor in us constructing these recommendations.
Yeah, I'm going to perhaps have us pause there. Councillor Weeb, your time is just over the 5 minutes. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just had one other question around the staff capacity piece on the zero emission building plan. I understand that North Vancouver in moving toward implementing their plan has been expanding their use of energy advisors as a way to lighten the staff workload and have that work done on site. Is that an approach that we are looking at as well?
That's all the operational design work that we have to do. So definitely we'll look at that. I guess that's the challenge here is before we can start to issue the product, we have to configure the factory to issue the product, and that's the design that we're talking about. How to do the permit, who will advise, who will participate. All of that work has to be done. So that's the work we will turn our attention to. Depending on the outcome of today.
Okay, and are there lessons from watching the North Shore move forward on these similar policies that we are able to kind of, or that we are learning from in terms of the relative ease of our own implementation, not being the first in the region, I guess, to be doing this?
For sure, staff will consult, and they're quite. I think they're in contact. They've been in contact to understand what's going on. I think one important factor to note is scale. Our volumes are about 50x higher, so we just have to factor that.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, I think those are all of my questions now. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Hardwick, you have just about a minute and 20 seconds left.
Again, I'm still on the subject of the heritage and character situation. I'm wondering if Chris Higgins from Sustainability is available to answer a specific question.
Councillor, we've got Doug Smith on. We don't believe we have Chris.
All right, Doug. There was a heritage a committee struck to update the bulletin, heritage bulletin, and again, I'm just concerned about the alignment between what has been undertaken vis-a-vis heritage and character homes and the implications to meet the VBBL regulations on the heritage bulletin. Doug, are you familiar with that in any kind of detail? Can you help me with this?
Yes, Councillor Hardwick, I can provide a little bit of background, and then we can follow up immediately after with some details for you. So we have been working on the Heritage Bulletin. We've got a consultant on board who's doing work on it, but it does require a lot of back and forth between sustainability and DBL, and as you know, capacity issues are a challenge. We are working with them and hoping to get our best to get this bulletin done as soon as possible to make sure we do clarify the implications of this bylaw change on the heritage buildings.
Okay, that's
and I will follow up with more details soon.
That's just right at the 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And I just want to acknowledge a lot of my questions to this point have been kind of high-level questions, and perhaps I'm just recognizing that this will be our last meeting with Jesse in this capacity, probably. So, want to kind of get a few of them in there. And this question, I've been talking to a lot of builders and architects, and they've been emailing me even through the course of our conversations today and yesterday. And one of the pieces that I'm hearing, and I'm just wondering if we can reflect on this moving forward, is that the formalization of inquiries has shifted and actually eats up a lot of time, whereas planners used to be able to work sort of informally with senior planners and then get back to the applicants with sort of a gut check on whatever the proposal is. Now it has to go through a more formal structure, and what I'm hearing is that is one of the kind of bottlenecks in the process. And I'm wondering if that's been something that is kind of reflected in some of the considerations moving forward.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Fry. Yeah, that is one of the notable pieces of feedback that we get when folks have a direct contact. Direct contact. The challenge really that we're experiencing is volumes and equity. We have, as there was months where we received 4,000 emails that were going into one general email box. What we're trying to do is develop a system where we can manage all of those things in a case management system. So that was that 311 slide that I showed yesterday. A couple months back in February, we had almost 300 applications queued up at the door to intake. We've reduced that backlog by 80% by moving on to 311's case management system. Similarly, our response times have gone from 3 to 4 weeks to about 2. So I appreciate that it always is more effective to have a direct contact. I suppose if we ask the folks that don't have a direct contact how they feel, they would feel otherwise. And as you know, we've also been holding vacancies, and we talked about the training liability yesterday. We need a lot of those folks to help us with training and oversight and management supervision. So we're just trying our best right now to try and manage the volumes, manage the training, help on the policy files and the operational design of incoming new policies. It's really a matter of trying to organize to meet the demands on DBL as best as possible.
Yeah, okay, I get that. Well, thank you, and thank you for sitting through all this this last little while and the work you've been doing. Appreciate it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor DiGenova, I see that you're on the queue, but I'm not sure if you have more time. No, you are over time. I just actually had a few questions, if that's okay with you, Councillor DiGenova. Was there anything else you needed to bring up? Okay, I'm not hearing you. I just have a couple questions before we get to our Len Tower here that haven't been asked. And one of those is, I'm just starting my timer here. I don't think I need to relinquish the chair to ask questions. No, I don't think so. So my questions are to perhaps the city manager as sort of heading up this task force that was sort of initiated by council 2 months ago. I'm curious if recommendation D, particularly around the Climate Emergency Action Plan, if council were to support this, should we have any concerns that we're likely to see sort of a pretty heavy, how should I frame it, a bit of a chipping away from the Climate Emergency Action Plan sort of overall recommendations that we passed in November? So I'm trying to get a sense of, is this indicative of what's going to come forward? I've heard from a few folks that they're concerned that this sort of undermines the whole plan. I wonder if you could comment.
Thanks for that question, Councillor. And yeah, we heard that concern obviously from speakers as well. I mean, no, we as staff have absolutely heard council in terms of your priority and the direction that you've issued to us around the climate emergency and the necessity for the city to take action on that. Again, this is a unique circumstance I would see in terms of a set of regulations that has not come into effect yet, that directly kind of impacts or coincides with another council direction around the permitting process. In terms of our overall magnitude, and just to give some, and this won't address the concerns around that, I think, from the members of the public and possibly members of council, but as you've seen, our very rough estimate, and it could be higher, but the GHG impact of this particular recommendation is roughly 1,000 tons a year. In context, as I understand, the Climate Emergency Action Plan target for GHG reduction from buildings in 2030 is 300,000 tons. So this is far less than 1% of that overall goal. And again, that's not to diminish the impact, generally, the signal that some individuals are concerned that this sends around the city's commitment. We understand that as well. But we don't see, we wouldn't have put this forward if this had a major impact on kind of bottom line, those targets and our ability to achieve those. Again, I'm not in any way diminishing the concerns around what you've articulated there, the notion that we're chipping away or that staff are somehow looking to divert from the climate agenda. That is not the case at all. This again, I see as a really unique instance where we as staff just need clear direction from council one way or the other. I think it's clear that we need that direction today as well, because we do need to move forward with 2022 or not. So I think we're looking, there's a timeliness aspect here.
Got it. So just given the proportion of work coming out of that particular plan, a very important plan endorsed by council, sections of it, and of course the climate emergency unanimously supported by this council. All that to say, it's in terms of the overall workload when we're trying to improve processes for long-term sustained improvement and change in this department, how much of the work that is being undertaken is in that plan, such that if recommendation D does not pass today, we are likely to see you'll have to go and look elsewhere within that plan, and we may find ourselves in this situation again at your next update.
Councilor, I want to make sure I understand your question. So if D does not pass, that we would have to look for other climate-related.
Just given the proportion of work that's in that climate emergency action plan with the deliverables.
Yeah, that's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't have a good sense of that in terms of my sense, and Jesse could confirm that the next kind of tranche of opportunities we're looking at do not have direct impacts on climate or climate-related initiatives. But Jesse, are you able to add any context to that?
Yeah, no, Paul, you're right. We are looking at this through an operational impact lens. We're actually not, we didn't pick out of a climate bucket, for example. We're just looking at things that have operational impact and can be easily implemented.
Okay, got it. And just to reiterate one more time here, that in not passing D, recommendation D, the impact to the overall ability for your department, for DBL to be able to deliver based on council's direction 2 months ago is weakened, is less certain if we don't pass recommendation D. Is that to be understood correctly?
Yes, because it will reallocate capacity that would go towards processing permits to do design and implementation of the new requirements.
It's just a bit hard to hear you, Jesse, and I just got 10 seconds.
Sorry, yes, it would reallocate capacity from the operations of the department to the design and implementation of the new requirements.
Okay, that's helpful. And that's the end of my time. Thank you very much. Councilor DiGenova, you are in the queue. You don't have any more questions.
I'd like to move a recess.
Well, we are just against the hour here. So are you wanting to recess now for lunch, and we'll go into in-camera at 1 o'clock?
Moving to lunch, so I'd rather not do that. Thank you.
So there's no plan to there's no plan to extend. I was going to ask for a mover of the recommendation, so when we come back, we can go into debate and decision.
I'm moving a recess. Then we come back.
I'll move the recommendations, Chair. It's Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I think it's important now to complete questions of staff. We've had 2 rounds. It's just helpful to know what stage of the process we're at. So we can have that.
I'm sorry, point of procedure?
Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
I was on the queue for debate. I understand that it's my right to move a motion. I moved a motion. That motion wasn't dealt with. Was it out of order? I don't know why. Could you please confer with the clerk on that? I believe I followed the procedure bylaw.
You are, but it's the discretion of the chair. And because we've had 2 rounds of questions and we're 3 minutes against the hour, I'm going to move the recommendations and not move ahead with a recess. It's not necessary. At this particular moment, we have no one else on the queue. Of course, it's your right to challenge the chair, but I'm just using my discretion of the chair to move us along in our agenda today. And I would like to advance, Councillor.
Okay, so you're ruling my motion out of order.
At this particular moment, I'm using my discretion as the chair to get us to the next stage of this process.
Okay, I'll email the clerk on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, you just have a minute here to move the recommendations. Is that what I heard?
Recommendations to move us into so that we can commence debate and decision after lunch.
Great. Thank you very much. So the recommendations are on the floor. When we come back from our in-camera, that ends at 4 o'clock, we will go into debate and decision on this particular report. And with that, it looks like we are right at lunch. Councillor DiGenova, I do see you back on the queue, so I want to acknowledge you.
Great. I'm back on the queue for, I suppose, after we return, after not only lunch, but after in-camera. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we are adjourned. Have a great lunch, Council. Thanks very much for your work this morning.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome back, Council, to our afternoon session of the Standing Committee portion of this meeting today. I just wanted to refresh Council as to where we left off before we recessed for lunch and the in-camera portion of the day. So we are currently dealing with the referred item, which is item 3, the Internal Development Application and Permitting Modernization Task Force first bi-monthly update. And we had finished, of course, listening to speakers yesterday, and we had finished speaking or asking questions of staff before the motion has been moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung, and we are now in debate and decision. So I'll be moving to the queue for any discussion. I see Councillor Hardwick, you're first on the queue, so I'll advance you for 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I actually have an amendment which I have sent into the clerk, and I just want, I'd circulated this earlier, but in the intervening period, staff had had a look and legal had had a look at it. And so I've changed it, I'm just acknowledging the city managers and legal's changes. The purpose behind adding an
Councillor Hardwick, if you're moving ahead with the amendment, I'll move us to an amendment queue.
Yes, please.
Okay, and do clerks have a copy of the revised amendment as your reference?
Yes.
Okay, great. I will move us to an amendment Q1. And Councillor Hardwick, if you can please go back on that queue and I'll advance you to speak to your amendment. Great, thank you very much. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I'm just double checking to make sure. Clerk, can you please confirm that and approve the amendment which I received, or the suggestions to the amendment that I received from the city manager have been integrated?
Do you want me?
Clerk.
Chair Bly, I can confirm that the latest revision that Councillor Hardwick sent in is on the screen.
Okay, can you also let us know what time, councillors, it's easier for us to read the amendment if it's in our inbox? I think as councillors, the screen can be difficult to read. I'm not seeing it in my inbox, so I just want to be sure that councillors have a chance, and I will reset your timer, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. Again, what shall I do? I had received this from the city manager in response to what had been circulated, so I'm just trying to make sure that I have things out properly. I'll just forward this if I can.
Okay, I'm going to start your timer.
Procedure.
You can, just a second. Just one moment, please, Councillor DiGenova. I'm going to start your timer, Councillor Hardwick. If you can circulate it, you can start speaking to it. But over before we do that, Councillor DiGenova.
I'm just wondering if we're discussing the amendment that Councillor Hardwick sent at 11:48 this morning.
No, it's been revised. That's what we're looking for. So thanks very. Yeah. So
I'm trying to look for the right one, so I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Well, that's what we're sending, and I can see that it's been sent by 4:31. So everybody should have it now. It was sent to the clerks, but now councillors have been sent the amendment. So your timer started. Councillor Hardwick.
Point of privilege, personal privilege.
Yes, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I see it up on the screen. I do not see what has changed. So if there's any highlighting that could be provided to say what has been added to this, it would help me understand what exactly this amendment is.
So we will ask our clerks, but I will just draw your attention, Councillor Carr, to the latest revised amendment in the email is highlighted and also red, and also the changes are in red. It hasn't hit the floor, so it's not actually changed, right? This is the first time this is being moved, but the version differences are highlighted from the one sent this morning versus the one sent just a minute ago. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, and staff are actually highlighting it now, which is helpful. Thank you.
Great, but just to be clear, this is just the first amendment. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, over to you.
Thank you, and you know, I have been thinking about this, and my concern, as you know, I'm the council rep on both the Heritage Commission and the Heritage Foundation, and there have been because of the the fact that DBL has not been taking on any more work as council has directed, there have been delays in moving forward with the bulletin, the Heritage Retrofit Bulletin. And so what I'm just trying to do is differentiate here between what we're talking about with new construction, which I think everybody is pretty much on the same page, going forward with zero emission building construction guidelines for new construction. But being that the Heritage Retrofit Bulletin has not been able to be reproduced, there's a gap happening here, a misalignment. And so that's why, even though it might be covered under D, should D fail, then it was prudent, in my view, to add an E to isolate the situation with character and heritage houses, which is differentiated from new construction. And that's the reason why I'm proposing that we add an E here. It's just ironically future-proofing so that we can get the alignment with the planned Heritage Retrofit Bulletin.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick. And I will confirm that this is revised language so that there was no confusion that it's not directing new work for staff in DBL as per the moratorium you've mentioned. So if the city manager can just come on and confirm that the language in this amendment will not result in new work for DBL and contradiction to that moratorium.
Thanks, Chair Bly. I'm going to ask our staff team to weigh in on that. I think we're kind of interpreting this in real time as well.
That would be great.
Somebody. Paul, it's Jessie. From my understanding, the bulletin has not been drafted yet. It will be written by sustainability and the buildings team, and yes, it would be more work that's not underway.
Okay.
But it is, the work is planned and has been directed by staff, and so it will be happening. It's just a question of when, correct?
Correct, Councillor Hardwick.
So, Councillor Hardwick, I wonder, as we have done before, if you would amend this amendment to explicitly state and no additional work be undertaken by DBL until January 2022.
Happy to, if the clerk can assist me in that. To me, it was implicit, but if it needs to be expressly put out there, I'm happy to make that adjustment.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to do that, and in the meantime, I'm going to ask you to do that and send it in writing, and in the meantime, advance Councillor DiGenova. Of course, it's not going to change the intent of the amendment. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Well, I do appreciate this amendment by Councillor Hardwick. I think that it will offer some more certainty. I actually had a point of information that I wanted to ask you, Councillor Hardwick, but if you're busy amending something, I might put myself below Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue. So that's what I'll do.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wonder if I can ask a point of information through staff, or through you to staff, and in the spirit of just trying to confirm my own understanding of this amendment and clarify what this means. And I realize City Manager identified that you're also digesting it. Does this mean when it says approve exemption of all applications, is that applications that have already been received? Is that applications in the queue? Is that future applications that may come in between this meeting and potentially January 2022? What does that mean?
It means ones that would be covered under the Heritage Retrofit.
Councillor Hardwick, I was directing the question to staff.
Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah, over to staff.
Thanks again. I'll defer to the staff that will be interpreting and applying this amendment for their read of that.
So we are also digesting in real time and trying to do some research and analysis. I think Teresa or Doug maybe help me out, but I understand from the back and forth that we've been having just in the last little bit, it sounds like some of those exemptions already exist. So we would actually need to identify what the delta is that's being applied here. We're not exactly sure how this would apply.
Yeah, and this is Teresa O'Donnell. I can jump in and Doug might need to help me. It's my understanding that heritage structures are already exempt, already have some exemptions. However, character homes that work has not been done yet. And Councilor Hardwick, as I'm sure you know, character homes are defined as pre-1940 structures that are not listed on the Heritage Register and have been deemed to have character merit by the Director of Planning. So we would have to write that new language and make sure that we have a process to make that determination. And my read of this is it would apply to new applications coming in after January 22. But Doug, maybe
This work has already been directed, the bulletin.
Councilor Hardwick, I'm just going to allow staff to respond to Councilor Kirby-Young since this is her point of information.
Since this is my time and we seem to be having a back and forth, could I use it?
Councilor Kirby-Young, I think.
I have clarifying questions for you to the mover of the motion then, please.
Sure, there was an invitation for one other staff person to make a comment, but if you'd like to move on, we can.
I have a bit of time or I'm going to have to call for another round.
Sure. So point of information through me to the mover of the motion, please go ahead.
Thank you. So Councilor Hardwick, is it your intent that was it your intent this apply now, or is it your intent that this will be for everything from January onward? First question.
Again, I want to be clear on this, that the work was already, the Heritage Retrofit Bulletin was already supposed to have been done, but because of the moratorium, it has been put on hold. So as it says here, the intent was to remain focused on clearing backlogs without moving forward into anything new. So it's really about work that is already in the wakes.
So one more question. In simple layman's terms, why is this important? What is this about?
I'm concerned.
This amendment versus the Heritage Retrofit Bulletin that, as you said, was in the works, or
it was in the works, but
why does it matter?
Sorry, it was on the works, but then it was put on hold as all the DBL work has been put on hold. There's a moratorium.
My global question is more to the why. Why is this needed for the amendment? Why does it matter?
Should D fail, then all new and character development would be moving forward in terms of the zero emission. Sorry,
follow-up question, just staying on time to be on point here. Is it not premature to consider this before we consider D by your own statement?
In a way, you could say that. I was just trying to future-proof it should anything go sideways on D.
Okay, I'm going to, it's just at your time, Councilor Kirby-Young, and given the back and forth and staff digesting in the moment, I'm actually just going to take a 5-minute recess as we have a lot of people wanting to speak to this, and we want to make sure we're best using council's time here. If it's out of order, it might be a moot point. So I'm going to come back, staff, let's say at 4:45, we'll reconvene and be right back.
Thank you.
It brings confusion. If D was to move ahead, then this amendment is redundant. And if it is, and if we were to pass it now, or to debate and decide on this now, it's not out of order, but it's almost unnecessary. So I just wonder if you would consider holding this and moving it if it becomes necessary as we move through the vote.
I would, Chair. That is my intent. So point of information then, or on procedure then, my concern was that we would get to the end of the vote and then I wouldn't have the opportunity to introduce it at that point. But if you're assuring me that there is a mechanism to enable that to happen, then I'm happy to hold it for now or withdraw it and put it in later.
Well, that's a fair point. So I'm going to refer to the clerks on this as to whether or not, because once we go to a vote and we sever the recommendations, that's with sort of a set process that we don't then amend motions. So, okay, I take your point there. Clerks, could you just confirm that there would not be an opportunity to move this after the vote is complete on this? So it either comes as a separate member motion or it's dealt with now, is my understanding.
Chair Bly, yes, that would be my understanding as well. It would have to be dealt with now, or if it was something different, it could be brought forward at a different time.
Okay, so the way forward could be if we debate this now and there are councillors who would like to speak to this on the queue, we can move ahead. It's not out of order. But if D does pass, this does become redundant. It could be that time that council choose to deal with E in a way that can be expressed through our vote, so that it doesn't sort of cause confusion in that final motion. Again, if D passes, this is redundant. If it doesn't pass, then there's a layer of clarity there that Councillor Hardwick is hoping to bring, I think. So,
Chair Bly, I have a point of procedure while I still have the queue, still have the floor.
Yeah, you have a few seconds, so.
Yeah, I'm hoping you'll indulge me for a quick point of procedure because some of my time got eaten up there. It's a quick one, and it's whether or not this actually, and it's a point, I guess, through point of procedure or clarification through you to staff, is it actually makes sense, because my understanding is that this report is dealing with new buildings, and if it's heritage or character, would it not be a renovation, and therefore this wouldn't apply? Is this not outside the scope of the report because we're talking about new versus retrofit or renovation?
It is. I discussed that with staff, and I can offer staff. You're welcome to jump in. I think the distinction here is that heritage is exempt, but character buildings is not named, and that work, although is on the docket, has not been fully complete, and so it's putting that clarity into this particular motion.
But just to follow up, that's not my question, because they're existing buildings, and the report and the recommendation we have on the table relate to new building.
Staff, I'm going to ask staff to speak to that.
Yeah, thanks. Perhaps, either Teresa or Doug can speak to that.
Yeah, I can jump in if you're okay, Teresa. So just to clarify, the main intention of this bylaw is for new buildings, but it also applies to new construction. So if you're excuse me, if you're putting a big addition on your house or doing major renovations, it would apply. You have to use the current code. However, for heritage buildings, there is an exemption in Section 11 that has been in place for a while now that exempts things that don't force heritage buildings to do that. The important thing is this bulletin that we're talking about just clarifies what's in the bylaw. It does not actually exempt anything. It makes it easier for builders and for homeowners and for staff to interpret what's in the bylaw and apply it, but doesn't actually change what would be impacted by the bylaw. So while it is really important that this bulletin gets done, and staff will do our best to ensure it aligns with the timing of the bylaw, whatever council decides to do with that timing, it doesn't actually impact or change the bylaw directly. I hope that helps.
Okay, we are well over the 5 minutes, but hopefully that's clarified things. Councillor Kirby-Yung, it was a good question, so I thought hearing from staff would be helpful for all of council. I'm going to advance Councillor DiGenova the amendment is on the floor. It's not out of order, and we'll move forward. Councillor DiGenova.
Just to be clear, I did not ask if it was out of order. I do have a point of information for Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, when you look at sort of like the HRA, like for Shaughnessy, when we look at all of heritage and character, would you also expect this to include, you know, the current guidelines and policies that deal with infill?
No.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that, so this doesn't deal with infill, this just specifically speaks to heritage and character structures, as was outlined
and
by
again,
Director of Planning.
Yeah, and again, all we're talking about here is a 12-month delay in implementation of amendments in the building bylaw until the planned heritage retrofit bulletin can be produced because it's been delayed. And this is really about alignment, and I think the intention is something that everybody agreed to. But because of where the overarching report here, there is a misalignment between these two dates that can be corrected through this amendment.
Thanks very much. I do have one more question for you. It's another point of information. And actually, no, this is a point of procedure for the chair, who noted that D would be redundant if this passed.
No, that's not what I said.
No, I'm sorry.
No, the other way.
Yes, the other way. But it's council's choice. If there was to be severing and council did choose D or E, if both passed, then one would make the other redundant. But council could also choose to vote for one and not for the other. Is that correct?
Of course, that is council's prerogative, but D would only make E redundant,
You answered
not
my
the
question.
reverse.
So I do have more to say on this. I appreciate this. I think that it's very thoughtful. And I know all of the great work that our staff have done, you know, and are still doing to try and encourage people to retain heritage and to make sure that we're doing what we can to work in partnership in the community to make sure that heritage and character homes are kept up to a standard. And we've had many of these talks here over many terms. Sometimes we hear that heritage is too far gone, that it's too costly, that there's been too much damage or neglect. And I want to make sure that we're doing what we can. I think using a carrot instead of a stick is definitely a better approach. So I appreciate this. And Councillor Hardwick, I will be supporting your amendment.
Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I won't be supporting this. I just want to reiterate that the bylaw and D that we're discussing, including the timeline, we have actually already approved. And when that came to council, we had a discussion about heritage protection because the concern was raised then by a number of members of the public. And at that time, we had, as we've had now, a clarification from staff about the policies that are in place to nuance and protect that. I'm comfortable with where we have landed and where staff have landed on that, and that those heritage protections are existing and in place, and that I don't think this language, as proposed in E, is necessary. And as evidenced by the almost half hour we've had discussing it, I think it runs the risk of complicating things at a time when our goal continues to be simplifying rather than complicating. The last thing I'll say is just to add that if indeed there is a slim segment of homes that aren't covered by the heritage protections, that are existing buildings where the renovations are so extensive that they would actually fall into these new bylaws, then I think they should be required to become zero emission. We know that all of our homes will need to get there eventually, and so why not require that during extensive renovations rather than allowing that those renovations slip through relying on gas and put that burden of a retrofit and switch over down the road. So again, I heard from staff that those exemptions are in place, but I still think the basic principle that we need to get to zero emission and we want as many buildings as possible at the best time possible to be making those switches still stands for me, and I don't see that this is needed or helpful.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. I'm actually just going to bring everyone's attention. We're 5 minutes to 5, and that is our dinner break. We have 3 more councillors that have questions. We could extend to hear from councillors, or we could just take a break after Councillor Dominato. So I will
at 5.
I will move Councillor Dominato, and if we will take a break at 5 o'clock. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to just confirm I've understood what staff have reflected and in response to questions around this amendment is that, in short, the building bylaw amendments that Council adopted with respect to mandatory zero emission building construction applies to brand new builds as well as new construction, which would be significant renovations, and that this amendment provides for exempting, if Council were to adopt the 12-month delay of implementing those building bylaw amendments, that this would provide for exempting heritage and character homes as part of that 12-month delay. Is that correct?
Is that a point of information?
It is a point of information. Thank you.
Staff, I'll ask you to respond.
So want to make sure I'm interpreting the question correctly, Chair. So if Council accepts D and defers the implementation of the bylaw changes for 1 year, E isn't required because character homes would be part of that. E would be effective if Council declines recommendation D. The bylaw changes would take effect on January 1st, 2022. E provides for then a specific exemption for character homes. Heritage homes are already exempted. The specific defined exception for character homes for a period to allow for the production of that bulletin. That's our understanding of this.
Okay. And so the follow-up to that is that it assumes then that it would simply be providing for that exemption of those character and heritage homes, and that the building bylaw amendments would be effective January 1st, 2022 for all other new builds and new construction. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if that's all, Councillor Dominato, I think we will just pause there. When we come back, Councillor Fry, you'll be first up for debate to this amendment. Have a good dinner break. We'll be back at 6 o'clock. Clerks, looks like we have quorum. I'm ready to go when you are.
I'm just checking with Irina. Are we ready? We are. So I'll do the 5 countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Over to you, Chair Bly.
Thanks very much. Welcome back, Council, from your dinner break. I just wanted to cue us up as to where we were when we took our 5 o'clock break. Councillor Fry, you do have the floor, and you are speaking to the amendment moved by Councillor Hardwick. And I will note that there is in your email, all of Council, there is an email with a slight change in language. So we'll deal with that when the time comes. But right now, Councillor Fry, you have the floor at 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I'll speak to I won't be supporting the amendment or the proposed amendment. I appreciate the general intent, but I think it's not entirely germane to what's being proposed here. Obviously, D is referring to new construction and clearly articulates that in there. But more importantly, like we heard from staff that they were trying to interpret this in real time, kind of on the fly. I just don't think this is the right way to go about this. This is our first of these bi-monthly delivery of these various reforms and trying to move the dial on this kind of stuff. And I think we all have a lot of feedback and intention and direction we'd like to give to this, but I am recognizing that we are also trying to give space to staff to do this work. And I'm already, I think there's a number of us who won't be supporting D as it's proposed already because of the elimination of the zero emission building provisions. So in that spirit, I mean, I certainly support heritage houses. I love them dearly, but I won't be supporting this amendment. I don't think it's going to make a difference to the preservation of heritage and character homes in any event. And I'll move along because I know we got a lot of stuff to do tonight.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Actually, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you are out of time.
I'm fine, Chair, right now. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, Chair, I'm wondering if through you I could ask a point of information.
Yes, please
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder if staff can let me know when the planned heritage retrofit bulletin is planned to be produced and which staff are doing that.
Over to staff.
Thanks, Chair. I wonder if Teresa O'Donnell or Doug Smith could speak to that point.
Yeah, I could speak to that one. This is Doug Smith, Director of Sustainability. So yeah, the Heritage Bulletin is being worked on by Chris Higgins from Sustainability and the, and the other person's name escapes me, another person from DVL.
Kevin Lau. Kevin Lau.
Kevin Lau, thank you very much. Sorry, just running back from dinner. And while staff are working on it and it is underway, we haven't actually determined when we'll have it complete. What I can say, though, is depending on the outcome of this meeting, staff will endeavor to have it complete near around the same time as the VBVL comes into effect. So whether that's 2023 or 2022, we'll do our best to align those two.
Okay, thank you very much. Given that, and given that, as Councillor Fry pointed out, this amendment still includes the 12-month delay in the implementation of amendments to the building bylaw. I'm not going to support this amendment, but I can say that a retrofit bulletin is extremely important for heritage and character buildings, and encourage staff to continue to work diligently on that, so that that we don't have a situation where there are retrofits planned on heritage and character buildings that that don't end up with the kind of specifications around those retrofits that can meet our climate objectives, and at the same time respect the greater challenges of achieving that through retrofits to heritage and character buildings.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova, you have just under 2 minutes.
Oh, nope, sorry. I was trying to take myself off the queue.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick.
Can't do that.
Oh, I can do that for you. Councillor Hardwick, over to you.
Right. Just very briefly, I just want to be clear that if the heritage community felt that this was going to be taken care of as a priority, and this amendment wouldn't have been brought forward in the first place. You know, I had tried to clarify the renovation and additions of character and heritage buildings in the amendment. Ultimately, I think we can all acknowledge that heritage and character retrofits are a different animal than what we're experiencing with new building. No one's disputing new building, and I'm just trying to protect the best interests of what is left in the heritage and character community in the city. So I'd urge people, just as a backup, to support this. I don't see it presenting any kind of downside risk for council or for staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. So seeing nobody else on the queue here, I'm going to move us to a vote on this amendment. Mayor Stewart?
Yep, sure. If you could mark me in opposition, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. So that amendment does fail with 6 in opposition. That's Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle, and Mayor Stewart in opposition. Okay, so that takes us back to the original recommendations, and I'm just going to get the right screen up here to see who's next on the queue. Clerks are just displaying that vote result on the live stream. And then clerks, could you take us back to the, here we go. So back on the main queue, I see we've got, well, Councillor Hardwick, you still have the floor. We could also go, if you want to make any comments.
No, I'll park it there. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Boyle. This is to the main motion, unamended. You might be on mute. Just check that you're not muted.
Can you hear me all right now, Chair?
We can. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Bly. So I'm going to speak to the unamended motion to say that I am happy to support and encourage Council to support recommendations A to C, but not recommendation D. I want to start by lifting up what one of our speakers, Genoa, reminded us of, which is what the IPCC makes so clear, that every action matters, every bit of warming matters, every year matters, and every choice matters. In other words, climate delay is climate denial. So we as a council know we have hard choices to make, but it's not all zero sum. We can take significant steps in speeding up permits and creating more time for staff to focus on the backlog while keeping our promises on climate and creating certainty for local industry. The moratorium on new work to DBL that council passed, though not unanimously, was one good example of that. It's about how we set priorities. And as we heard from numerous speakers yesterday, there are many other changes we can continue to make to address the backlog, all while continuing to reduce emissions and create cleaner, safer homes for residents. Bryn Davidson articulated it well in saying that we can do this by prioritizing climate and deprioritizing aesthetics. And Ian Robertson told us clearly, I know where delays come from and where they don't, and it's not from item D, not from this zero emission building policy. We heard from builders and businesses who told us that a delay would create uncertainty, that a delay would punish those leaders who took us at our word and have already made investments and changes based on the timeline we passed, that a delay would add to a future retrofit cost of $20,000 to $28,000 onto every new home built this year. And we heard from, as we heard from nearly all of our speakers and
hundreds of emails, a delay would be a serious step backwards on our promise to treat the climate crisis like the emergency that it is. We heard from builders who said, yes, address permitting, but also keep moving forward on the zero emission plan 2. We heard from doctors and scientists and grandparents and teenagers. We don't need to pit these issues against one another. We've heard that clearly over the last 2 days. As Donovan Woolard told us, sticking with our current timeline is a decision that's pro-climate and pro-business. The industry's ready, and in fact, many local industry leaders are encouraging us not to delay. Residents are supportive, local experts and suppliers are supportive, and it will make an important impact locally, regionally, and beyond. I just want to say, we know acting on the climate emergency at the speed and scale that the science requires isn't easy. We have some even more challenging votes ahead, but this one I think should be easy. I've been engaged in climate work deeply for the last decade, and I can tell you that when industry says delay a year and we'll do even better, it's just a delay. There's no evidence, no track record that results in anything better. So I said at the beginning, delay is the new climate denial. That's how we've gotten to where we are now globally, with so little action to show for our time and so little time left. And on the flip side, a climate policy like this building plan is rare. It'll make a real important dent in our emissions. It costs almost nothing and in fact saves homeowners money, has broad support from across sectors. This is as good as climate policy gets, and all we have to do is stick with the timeline that we already approved. So I hope that we'll do that we'll approve A to C and vote down D, prioritizing the permitting backlog without delaying climate action. And I'll just ask that we sever D out in the final vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Over to you, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I really want to thank all the speakers who came with such incredibly thoughtful presentations to us, and staff for your work to respond to what is obviously a critical issue within the Department of Development, Buildings and Licensing. Huge backlog in permitting, inspections, exacerbated by COVID and the need for them to completely refocus on online, switching to online service, patios, the kinds of things that really made a difference for businesses and people within the city. And the goal of this report is to reduce the work of DBL staff to provide time so they can deal with this backlog. One of the issues that was raised that did concern me was that council decisions result in complex policy and regulations, and that can be a problem for this department. But you know what? Complex policy, complex issues, this is the tenor of our times. I mean, we are all dealing now with far more complex issues and complex responses than I've ever seen at the local government level, and maybe just generally for governments. In tackling this one issue, the solution around DBL, the solution in my mind is not to pull back on the big issues that we have to tackle, and that includes climate change. The speakers were so clear on this, especially regarding, obviously, recommendation D, but also B and C. On climate, they stated unequivocally too many governments have set goals but are failing to achieve them. Actually, even going backwards in the case of Canada, one of the few countries that actually, developed countries that actually is increasing emissions right now, and that is a threat to all of us as well as the future. We know that Vancouver will not achieve our goal of over 50% GHG reductions by 2030 and net zero by 2050 unless we go full out on actions and implementation of measures in every single area where there are GHG reductions needed. We know we have to get to our goal of 50% reductions by 2030, net zero by 2050, and we cannot pull back. In fact, we even have to do more. Doing more actually is what the DBL department actually has said they do plan to do. They plan to come back to us on a bi-monthly basis with more suggestions. And given that this is the first report, I think some good ideas in here, but we can and will expect more suggestions coming forward. I was very happy to hear Jessie Adcock talk about, well, I think she used the phrase, she's 100%, sorry, 1,000% enthusiastic about considering using certified professionals instead of staff to sign off on plans. So I'm looking forward to something coming back maybe in that regard. Also happy to hear Teresa O'Donnell state the department is looking at other options to ease the burden, such as through the rezoning inquiry process where there is a lot of duplication. On the set of recommendations we have in front of us, I've weighed the risks and benefits. On A, the benefit is 12 weeks of time saved in permitting and 100 applications, so there is time saved. The risk is that buildings don't fit into neighborhoods, but I note that in the appendices, staff have clearly outlined they'll continue to review design guidelines regarding streetscape, neighborhood character, and form, and that's what we hear the most about in terms of neighborhood fit from residents. And they'll also provide checklists of acceptable types of doors, windows, and materials. So I am going to support that on the 12-month basis and hope that there's actually be an analysis in the end of the impacts that that might have around neighborhood compatibility of the projects that do move forward. On B and C, the protection of trees, the benefit is 2 weeks of time saved in permitting, and the risk, though, is the loss to our tree canopy when the goal and the need is to actually increase it. I super appreciate Teresa O'Donnell's enthusiasm for the idea of a tree bank. If we had that tree bank, I would be voting for this. In its absence, I'm going to wait until we get it before I look at this measure. So I'm not going to support B and C and ask that those be severed. On D, I cannot support this. There is no room, as one of the speakers said, to tinker or to delay implementing every measure possible to reduce GHGs. And I will quote in the end, Councillor Jessica McElroy from North Vancouver, who said, the impact goes beyond us in this city. Vancouver has been a leader on this. Other cities follow us. City of Vancouver is a city, she says, that pushes all of us. And any delay in climate action is an unfortunate signal that the climate crisis is not urgent. And that would be tragic.
Great. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
that was it.
Well over 5 minutes. Okay, great. Thanks very much, Councillor Carr. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. I've been chaired most of this debate, and thank you, Councillor Bly, for chairing this section of it. I have a few things to say. First is a giant thank you to staff. You know, you came forward bravely. City manager has just been in this position permanently for, you know, literally a few months, and of course Teresa O'Donnell from planning has just been in for a few weeks. This council challenged the team through forming a task force to come forward with bold measures to address a critical problem in our organization, which is permitting backlogs. And I can't think of anything that would stop a conversation at a party and have people move away from you faster than, hey, I'm working on permitting backlogs. It's not a really essential, in people's minds, you know, the internal workings of the city aren't that interesting, except when things start to go wrong. And I really think staff have done an excellent job at identifying the problems. We heard Jessie Adcock say today there's 3,000 emails sitting in the inbox that we need staff to address, but they're dealing with so much other stuff. It's difficult. You can feel the stress in the organization. So we asked for quick action and we got it. We have 4 recommendations in front of us. And I think staff did a very good job. And I want to commend staff for really starting a change of culture, which is that we're going to bring ideas to you, to council. We're going to give our best shots to you, and we're going to have a discussion about them. And it's okay if they don't all pass. And then we'll come back right to you with our best ideas again. Because, you know, the past culture of staff having to have 100% of things pass all the time, I think perhaps stifled some of the best ideas we have among our excellent team. So for me, I'm going to be supporting A, B, and C. I'll be voting against D, and I can tell you why. A, B, and C are, I think, very good measures that there's broad consensus on it across both the city, industry, and I'm sensing council. D, as we could tell from speakers and others, I don't think it really came down to the impact rather than the symbolism. Our brand as a city is the greenest city in the world. I think people have internalized that. And to step back from that to say we're going to pause on net zero buildings is, I think, hit people quite hard. When they're expecting so much in such a tense time, I think that they're asking us to say, look, you should be making your adjustments elsewhere. So I totally get that. And where last week I said that I would vote for all 4 of these, and I'll admit that, I also said to a number of councillors that I'd be listening through this debate, and I certainly have. So again, A, B, and C, right on. D, no. So, I don't know if this number is correct, but there were a number of speakers that came in and said that, well, it used to be that we could walk in and talk to a planner and get things done in 6 hours or something, but we've layered hundreds of different pages of policy on top of a normal application. And so it's impossible for a single staff person to have the authority to make these approvals. And that's why things have slowed down. In a way, our boat is totally crusted with barnacles. And we have to scrape a bunch of these barnacles off in order to get back up to speed. So when you have years and years of policy layered upon what should be simple processes, it's going to require a lot of work that's kind of boring for people to think about, but the hard job for council and staff to do. So I think you've done a great job, staff. Again, I'll be supporting the 3. I thank council for all the thoughtful thoughts they put into this. And I look forward to the next round of changes, which I also hope receives an equal amount of debate. So again, thanks so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Over to Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Unlike the Mayor, I'm hoping that our next round of changes don't bring the same kind of debate. I think it could get pretty unwieldy if we have a lot of these kind of conversations, but I appreciate the comments that the Mayor made around the work that has gone in from staff. I think this is really important work, and it is the first of these bi-monthly report backs on how we're going to clear some of the log jams. I won't sort of repeat a lot of what my colleagues have said on D, but for the fact that when we're considering that we're even contemplating D and the removal of the ZEB criteria to speed up the permit backlogs and delays, I think that it's ironic, of course, that the other thing that we can't delay is our response to climate change, and that has to be a priority for us. So I won't be supporting D, and I also would like to have B and C separated out. Certainly, I do support A, and I realize that B and C, the tree canopy piece, is perhaps somewhat inconsequential. It's only 200 trees a year, but I think we heard loud and clear that there is problems with the tree retention policies as they stand now, and it has nothing to do with the diameter of the tree trunk, rather it's the quality of the tree. And recognizing, of course, that as a response to climate change, trees are critical, especially in our urban context for soil retention, drainage, cleaning our air, providing respite from the heat island effect as we have increasing amount of concrete in our cities and increasing temperatures. So I recognize that the majority will likely vote in favor of recommendations B and C, and I do consider my opposition to this somewhat symbolic, but I am going to stand against the elimination of the protections for the lesser trees, and hoping for some improved policies around our tree bylaws, and recognizing as well that throughout this process we heard a lot of great suggestions, and it was very it was quite heartening to hear all the support for recommendation D and the zero emission bylaws, or zero emission building codes, but also the willingness to step in. And we heard from a lot of folks who are actually keen to provide more input, builders and architects who want to get involved in this process and have lots of great suggestions. And we heard many of them, and I know staff were really digesting them and taking those to heart. So I know that there's more work coming. And I really want to thank staff for taking this on. I'm sorry if it's a bit of a disappointment that not supporting every single one of the recommendations, but as the mayor alluded, I think this is an ongoing process, and there's opportunities to knock it out of the park yet, and I think we'll see that. And so, thanks, and severing the items, please.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah. First, I want to thank the speakers. It actually makes me very happy that so many people have the climate as an urgent priority, and the speakers sure showed us that. I think it's interesting also that so many business folks are ready to go with heat pumps and zero emission. I found that really heartening. What's more important, that we speed up our fight against climate change, or that we speed up permitting in RS and RT zones? I think the young folks who will experience the brunt of climate change will appreciate a no vote on D, so that's where I'm going. For A, I'm not that big on aesthetics of single-family homes and duplexes, so this one is okay by me. I actually live in I think probably what people would think is an ugly building, but I love it. It's not so important what it looks like as who lives in it and who can use it. For B and C, I'm going to side with the trees. I think we need them for the climate, and I'll ask that we sever B and C out along with D. For D, I just, as others have said, no to stalling on climate action when we have a dire emergency. And in terms of the permitting, the manager is saying that staff will keep on working to speed up the permits regardless of what happens here. So I think we should take the staff at their word, thank them for this work, and also keep going on fighting the climate.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. So our objective is reduced approval times generally, and I think everybody's aligned with that. The goal to reduce development and permitting approval times is essential. However, this should not be done making the process more efficient it should be done by making the process more efficient, not by reducing city oversight for quality of design and finished product. So with respect to A, to not enforce design guidelines, the conditional aspects of zoning are central to their intent and should not be weakened for expediency. Staff should streamline the approval process to reduce time without reducing quality of design that it's and again, I'm talking here on focused on character and heritage house retention and neighborhood character. The proposal would eliminate all landscape review in these zones, which would be mean that there would be no requirements for new developments to plant trees or place planting for privacy screening, which could seriously affect our urban forest over the long term. And the intent of this pilot appears to make these changes permanent. So if any temporary changes are approved, they should automatically reverse back in 12 months. And this is unclear with me the way that we're approaching the pilot. Recommendations B and C to amend the tree protection bylaw requirements by reducing the size of trees that would be protected while eliminating arborist reports would be a permanent change to the bylaw. So it's better to assure a timely review rather than eliminate the review requirements entirely. To the point, trees are a major way to mitigate climate change and also reduce runoff for our sewer system. So it seems to me that this is one place that we shouldn't be, pardon the pun, cutting. Finally, with respect to recommendation D, I was encouraged to hear that the industry feels that, especially on new construction, that things are well underway in making the transition to zero emission. That's great, and that can be encouraged. I'm disappointed that we didn't see the special requirements around character and heritage because I'm afraid that this would affect renovations to existing character and heritage buildings, which would be bad. So in all, I again am hopeful that we'll be able to reduce approval times generally, but the devil's in the details. It's how we do it that matters, and I will ask also that each one of these clauses be severed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Over to Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. Sort of debating on where to start, and maybe I'll start with what I think this is not about, and what it is about. And so really, I did appreciate all the speakers coming out. I think that there was a large characterization about, saying that this is about lobby influence. It's not. This is about staff responding to direction from a member motion, originally brought forward by myself and Councillor Dominato on improving permitting times, and then subsequently amended by the mayor to strike the internal task force and ask staff to come back with these recommendations in order to address a very significant issue that we heard loud and clear was an issue heading into this term, and that has become far worse even than when we took office, and we're hearing that loud and clear. And so we asked staff to do this work, and that's what they're responding to. So I want to say it's not about a lobby influence. It is about staff responding to direction that was provided. There was sort of characterization, I think, which I think is important to clarify from some of the speakers, that this was about single family and perhaps I'm getting preference. It's not. It's about clearing the overall composite backlog that we have in the city, which crosses a range of different stakeholders, from small business to nonprofits to multifamily housing projects to affordable housing. And so I think that's really important to remember, that the intent is to create capacity here. There's also a comment made, and I agree with it. I think it was stated by Councillor Boyle that we do not need to pit these issues against each other, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. And again, I don't think that is the intent here. The intent is to actually create capacity in order to be able to deliver on the very clear and unequivocal climate direction and vote that this council took. And I heard from the city manager that they said that they took that direction seriously and that they were very committed to that. Here's what I also heard in terms of, other than the fact that staff are at the breaking point and our system is basically on life support for permitting, and I'm fearful that we're going to come to an impasse if we don't accept recommendations that staff have come forward. As I heard, it's taking too long to process permits and licenses. I think the mayor said that during the discussion. The city manager said the turnaround times are the worst they have ever been. We are laying on regulations. The city manager also said the deterioration of services is real. The mayor asked and described if this was akin to a serious medical condition, and asked if it was a heart attack or a stubbed toe, and then went on to say that, basically we're dealing with consistent hypertension, which is a chronic health issue. And I think that is a really apt analogy in terms of a critical health issue. And it's sort of like when you're on an airplane, and what do they ask you to do first? They ask you to drop your oxygen mask down and put it on yourself first, so that you are therefore in a position to be able to help others. And so the analogy here is, let's get the oxygen mask on, get through some of this backlog so that we can actually do the things that we want to do, because the services are moving forward. It was fundamentally, I think, critical. Jesse Adcock said it was a chronic health issue. We heard a lot about the complexity of regulation that we had. We heard about the intent to move forward, but right now, I think staff needs support from council. I think the public needs support from council. I think that we also have to recognize we have an affordability crisis. And if we transfer staff, because we also heard staff say this is not about people anymore. We have reached a tipping point. It's not about adding on new people. That's not going to be helpful. We just need to bear down on this in order to get through it, to deliver on the other priorities like the climate one. If staff are deployed to writing that policy, I'm worried that we will end up with even further delays and more of a backlog. So we may have a policy, may be really great. The policy may be dressed up and someone's ready to go to the dance, but we won't actually be in a position to issue the permits because we will have exacerbated it further. And I think that's really important to keep in mind and to emphasize. They are time sensitive. It was clearly stated that this was a 12-month pilot. The resolutions are not open-ended. Staff had indicated that they would be reporting back after a period of 12 months. And so I think fundamentally, decisions are tough, and they're not always the most popular one, but I think that we have to stand up, and sometimes leading means making those tough decisions to get us out of this hole. We're going to see survey data coming back that says service satisfaction is way down. And if people cannot open a business, the nonprofit cannot get his space up and running in order to deliver food to people who don't have it during the pandemic. We can't get critical housing projects approved. We're just going to exacerbate a whole bunch of issues. So if I genuinely thought that this was going to compromise our commitment to climate, I wouldn't support it. But I think that I'm going to trust the advice of staff, which is what we asked them to do, that this is actually the best way to get us there. And we're actually going to compromise the other objections of trying to deliver that because the capacity is just not there to do it now. So I think I'm out of time.
You are.
But I do for my comments at this point. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, first, Jesse, thank you. We're going to miss you. The report that you brought forward and the changes in the direction that we got to see throughout this report is pretty outstanding, and I really appreciate the direction and the legacy you're going to leave here in the City of Vancouver. So again, thanks. I think it's pretty critical, this change in what we're doing here in the City of Vancouver. Not much has been talked about of all the operational process changes that are in this report. They're outstanding. And they are the biggest bulk of what's going to change. They talk about piloting new data collection is going to save us 6,000 weeks. Changes in penalties, 1,000 weeks. Shifting the onus on landscaping, which is a department we know needs to go 1,500 weeks. If we vote on A, 1,200 weeks. So for me, this is a sizable change and shift in how we do business. We've talked about stop being a gatekeeper and starting to support our businesses and residents and improve the service quality of the City of Vancouver. This is moving in that direction. I was really excited about looking at creative solutions on what a tree bank would look like and what would be the alternative of being able to work with the park board to have a place where residents could do carbon credits and be able to improve the forest canopy and indigenize the lands that we have here in Vancouver. I think it's a huge element. We don't talk enough about Big Move 6. It hasn't come back to us yet. We haven't talked about the ecological systems that need to be dealt with here in the City of Vancouver. And so I will also be not supporting B and C. I think it's critical that we hear from the doctors that did speak the importance of even the visualization of seeing 3 trees from your house and how important that is to the mental health and well-being of the residents of Vancouver. So I just want to thank staff for this report. I really appreciate what's coming forth. I love the fact that we have an industry ready and we can move forward and be a leader here in zero emission buildings. I think that it's critical that we do this collectively with industry, with the public, and I think that's what's happening. So really excited to see that move forward. I'll be voting against D as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. And Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll start as well by echoing Councillor Wiebe's comments, is to say, recognizing this is Jesse's last week, to say thank you to you and your team for this work and for your service to the city. Incredibly valuable, and I know that there's been a lot of heavy lifting over the last year, as well as in the months leading up to this report. I'd like to comment on a couple of just observations as I listened to the speakers. And I also want to thank the speakers, really articulate, thoughtful commentary with respect to this report and some of the recommendations therein. One of the things that the reasons and rationale for bringing forward a motion with respect to our permitting process is that this has been the #1 issue that continues to come forward to councillors. I know staff are regularly hearing from the public, but as Councillor Kirby-Yung pointed out, we know that our satisfaction surveys are already pointing to that, again, this is one of the city services that people view as worsening. But not only that, but people's quality of life, their perception of their quality of life has worsened in the city. And, and the mayor alluded to this is not sexy. When you talk about permitting, it's the internal workings of the city for a lot of people. Some may have experience with the permit system and licenses, some may not. It's different than talking about some of the issues that are near and dear to our hearts, things like housing, things like climate, things like homelessness. And when I look at what's necessary here, Councillor, we pointed out that there's a lot of great work underway, and absolutely there is. And this is the first in a series of reports that Council is getting based on our direction that we need to address our permitting system. Our staff have acknowledged that wholeheartedly. And in fact, these challenges predate not only our existing staff, but they predate this council and go back many, many years. And what concerns me is that while we're talking about delays, potential delays, is that if we delay doing anything and actually getting a handle on the systemic changes necessary within our system, we are delaying the ability to deliver the much needed housing in the city. And housing, as we all recall, has been the #1 issue that many of us ran on and that we heard about on the doorsteps. And not only that, it's actually going to delay the ability for residents to adopt more sustainable and green technologies and electrification because they're not going to be able to get the permits. And so they're going to continue to have older buildings that are emitting. And so we have to think about that in the context of this discussion. It is not a binary discussion. I know when I open Twitter this evening, it will be binary in many ways. But as our city manager talked about, there are different ways and other ways of delivering on our collective goals and ways to incent things. We talked about that as part of our conversation about how can we engage the public in this conversation to make them aware of the incentive programs that are available now provincially and federally, to make them aware that the technology and suppliers are out there. And in fact, we heard from a number of companies yesterday that in fact we are seeing an uptick and that the availability of the supply is there and that people can do this now. But I also think we need to translate this into governments have multiple bottom lines. They're not just financial. Some of them relate to services, and we're addressing that. We're addressing a core city service here. We're also addressing sustainability practices and goals. We're also trying to address social issues, and we're constantly trying to balance those. But I also want to bring it back to that this is not singular and it impacts every aspect of our city. So when we talk about broadly about housing or about small business, this is real people. It has an impact on, it's the homeowners trying to adapt their homes because there's damage, there's retrofits necessary because they're growing families, trying to do infill so that their grandparents or parents can live with them in their home. It's childcare operators who have no certainty to get permits and are having to pay leases and trying to provide childcare, which is also much needed in our city. It's the nonprofit operators that are trying to provide non-market housing. It's the nonprofits like the Greater Vancouver Food Bank and the Food Stash that are trying to deliver a critical service around food security. And then there's the business owners who are the bread and butter in terms of small business providing jobs in our city. And it's taking 6 months for them to get business licenses. So they're paying leases, but they can't open their doors. These are real people that are impacted by our permits. So it's not just about an internal system, and it's not a binary conversation about do we support efforts to address climate or address homelessness or housing. I think we all care about that as councillors, and I certainly do. But we do need to make some decisions so that we can address those larger and broader goals of climate change, housing. And right now, our permit systems actually is not an enabler to that. It's actually disabling us. And so I appreciate that staff have brought forward the first in a series of recommendations. These are not silver bullets. They are just the start, and that they intend to work hard at delivering on other changes, ones that have been brought up by a number of councillors as well as speakers. And so I just want to acknowledge that this is a work in progress and there's more work to come. And we're talking about temporary relief so staff can do the work and still continue with our priorities and our agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. And Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much, Chair. Councillor Dominato is right. We do need to make decisions, and we all did make a unanimous decision in November of 2018. I remember it was at the top of my list. First thing I wanted to bring forward was setting new standards, expediting development and building permits, and examining fees to improve affordability in the City of Vancouver. I was really proud that that motion was unanimously supported by this council. I was really thankful and proud when I found out not only how much work staff had done on this, but how this was being implemented, it's true. There isn't a silver bullet. Yes, there are some. There are some great programs that have come from the great work that our staff have done at council's directions. And I'm talking not only about our council, I'm talking about previous councils, regardless of the political makeup of the councils. Programs like the SHORT program, when we hear from nonprofits, oh, the only complaint is I didn't get in because there aren't enough spots. There aren't enough staff for that. So I think we are going to have a tough conversation come budget time about reallocating some resources, perhaps, in my opinion. But yes to credentials, yes to deregulation, yes to climate action, but there are going to be some trade-offs. Councillor Carr, you're right about what City Councillor from North Vancouver, the City of North Vancouver, said. Vancouver is known to be one of the greenest cities in the world. The City of North Vancouver is known to be one of the fastest cities when it comes to permits. Seriously, I've been on the other side of the counter. It's like the speed of lightning. Turn around, walk out the door. It might be ready the next day. That being said, you can't be everything to everyone. During Councillor Boyle's motion on climate action and declaring an emergency, I was clear. I was happy to support it, but I would support this not at the cost of affordable housing. Mayor Stewart, I appreciate your target for 85,000 units of housing in 10 years. I'm happy to help you get there, but I can't see us doing this if we vote for, against recommendation D right now. And I think that that's possibly why our staff have brought that forward. It's why I can't support it. I think we have to balance this off. There are going to be trade-offs. It's not going to be perfect, but maybe we can deliver some of everything. But at the same time, we have to find a way to deliver this because time is money. I look at Little Mountain. How affordable would those units have been if they were built 10 years ago? A lot more affordable than they are right now. So we can scrape the barnacles off the bottom of the ship. I like that analogy because I was going to say right now, I feel like we're making our staff pour buckets of water out of the ship when really instead of putting a Band-Aid on the Band-Aid, we need to fix the problem. So as you all know, affordable housing is a passion of mine. It's where my professional experience lies, and we can wish, hope, and pray for things to get faster. But the numbers don't lie. Time is money, and 12 months is too much time. I've asked some hard questions. I was afraid we'd be here when I asked about the rezoning fees and the issues with those going up, and would we indeed be able to speed that up? It was all great in theory, but then we started to get the phone calls. We all get them. We all get the emails from residents, from nonprofits, from childcare operators. Our staff have done a fabulous job, and Jesse, you have done amazing work, and I really, really want to thank you for that. I'm so appreciative of the legacy that you've left here. You've literally taken our system and modernized it and brought it online, and I really want to thank you for that. As someone who stood on the other side of the counter, at this time, I won't be able to support A, B, and C. I will say yes to D. Let's not lose the plot here. We can have affordable housing and a green city, but there will be some compromise. And it's the other reason I don't support a moratorium. If we can't trust ourselves as a council, should we be here? And I think we should. But I also wonder how much of the backlog staff could have cleared while we were here at this meeting. So for that reason, I will be voting in favor of D, and I've expressed the reasons I won't be able to vote for A, B, and C. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. I am going to make some final comments. I think I'm the last on the list here. So Councillor Fry, Vice Chair Fry, I'm wondering if you could take the chair.
Sure thing, Chair.
Thank you.
Please.
Great. Thank you. So I too would like to echo, of course, the thanks to to the speakers who took their time to come and speak to council to express their support for the recommendations, and also those that came to speak to voice their concerns. And it was valuable to hear all sides of perspectives, and also want to thank staff for all of the work that's really just beginning. or has been ongoing, but in terms of bringing these recommendations to council is really just beginning. This is the first of many updates. So I just want to reflect a little bit about what we've heard. What I heard is that there's a minimum 6 to 12 months to hire and train to be staffed up before even starting to tackle the backlog. So this responds to the suggestion that if we just added staff, that could solve it. And we know that that's actually not the case. We've been reassured that there's little to no risk to the tree canopy given the term of this recommendation across the city in the long term. We've heard that builders and homeowners are free to follow zero emission guidelines, and it would be in their interest to do so. And we've also heard that staff support a communications campaign to encourage it. We heard the impact of the moratorium was both a morale booster for the exhausted team in DBL and offered some certainty as to what to expect for the balance of the year. And our processes need to be modernized, and COVID has exacerbated that. So we have a full transformational change. That plan is around the E-plan, but we need to get rid of this backlog in order to make any of that happen. We also heard assurances that the policy directions in this climate emergency action plan are not at risk and will not necessarily be the focus of upcoming updates. This just happens to be the one of the immediate and significant pieces that will free up staff who would be immediately deployed to clear the backlog. So speaking specifically to recommendation D, there's still a number of outstanding issues related to implementation of this policy of zero emission building policy. And it's possible under proper guidance, we would have been better advised back in November in terms of realistic expectations to implement this policy direction, while clearing the permitting backlog that pre-existed, declaring the climate emergency and the climate emergency action plan. I don't believe this happened. And now we have a city manager who is willing to be realistic and honest about the dire situation to bring all of this work to fruition. So all this to say, we are in a climate emergency, and we have to make difficult decisions every day to work to decrease the environmental impacts over the short and long term. Climate action policy will rely heavily on DBL, well beyond the term of this council. And to reach all of the goals related to the plan, we can't expect to fulfill this work without a fully functioning development and building permit department. Our legacy in this sense will be twofold: restoring integrity to the development and building permitting department and the most progressive and responsive climate plan in North America. What we know for sure is since the day we were elected is that the permitting system has been a pain point, has been broken. And whether it's a small business carrying expensive costs, waiting weeks and months for permits, homeowners trying to install electrification infrastructure or updating buildings to add infill housing, builders of rental housing trying to deepen affordability, all while trying to navigate an excruciatingly frustrating, slow, and fundamentally broken system. And yes, I think the added pressures with little bandwidth for process improvement has meant that staff carry much of the targeted blame and burden that goes with being the go-between for applicants and the processes that support them. We often stand up as councillors and comment on a shared concern for staff being overloaded and under-supported. And some of these same councillors, my colleagues that I deeply respect, will not support staff's expert recommendations with their vote today. And I really think that that is a shame. 2 months ago, the mayor put forth an amendment to strike and replace a member motion that, in my interpretation, although well-intentioned, was operationally guided into the better judgment of this council, supported an approach to staff and resource a task force approach, while also supporting a moratorium of any new work. This showed leadership by empowering staff to exercise their expertise and solve the challenges. And staff have delivered on that direction in the first of many updates coming to council. So for me, this report is consistent with the work we directed staff to do to solve the issues in DBL as the most critical work to be completed by January 2022. I support the recommendations for these reasons, all four, and look forward to further updates. That's it. Thank you very much, Vice Chair.
Well timed. Oh, sorry, Councillor DiGenova, you had a point of procedure?
Yes, I just wasn't aware that my point of procedure is the chair allowed to participate in debate?
Yes, the chair handed over the chair to me as vice chair. So in fact, the chair was speaking as councillor.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Fry. And with nobody else on the queue, we'll go to a vote, and we will be severing all of the 4 recommendations from staff. Clerk, so if you could take us to our first vote.
That is a point of privilege.
You have a point of privilege?
Yeah, my point of privilege is I had only heard vote D or D been asked to be severed, Chair. That's my understanding.
What I heard throughout the closing remarks is that there is a number of variations in how people are going to vote. So I think for simplicity, we're actually going to vote all 4. So thank you very much for it's not a point of privilege at all. That's a point of procedure possibly, but we'll leave it there and move us on to a vote of recommendation A. So recommendation A, Councillor DiGenova, we just need your vote. And that passes with 2 in opposition, Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Hardwick. Next, we'll vote on B. And I won't go too quickly here. The staff will be displaying the votes. Councillor Swanson and Councillor Kirby-Yung. And that recommendation passes with Councillors Carr, DiGenova, Fry, Hardwick, and Wiebe in opposition. And now we will go to recommendation C. We'll vote on C. And that recommendation also passes with 5 in opposition. Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Fry, Councillor Hardwick, and Councillor Wiebe. And then the final vote on recommendation D. And recommendation D fails. Actually, I'll just pause for a second.
Yeah.
Councillor DiGenova, do you need a vote assist?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
In opposition, it won't click on for me, please, up for D.
And, okay, so I'll just wait for our clerks to.
Yes, just point of privilege, vote assist for myself, Councillor DiGenova, in opposition to D. Or sorry, in favor of D.
Yeah, okay.
What did
So
she
let's
do?
get clear. You're in favor?
Yes, I am in favor. That's what
Okay.
I clicked on, but it kept clicking the button in opposition. That's what it showed on my screen.
Okay, clerks, could you, I see a not voted, so if you could please mark
Yes.
Councillor DiGenova in favor.
As I very clearly stated.
Chair Bly, the machine was activated to end. So we have Councillor DiGenova as in favor, and that's how it will be recorded.
Thank you very much. So recommendation D does not pass, and my screen has just been cleared, so let me just go back. In opposition, Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle, and Mayor Stewart.
Just a point of privilege.
Point of privilege, go ahead.
Yes, the point of privilege is that I actually can see the screen that D shows that I have not voted somehow.
Yes, but the clerks have let us know that they have registered your vote, that the vote ended before your vote was registered, so they have marked you as in favor.
I understand. I just wanted to make that clear for the record so that would show up on the open data. Thank you.
Okay, Council, so that brings us to a close on item 3 of our agenda today.
Chair
Um,
Bly, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to acknowledge that this has been a long haul for council on this issue. I really want to acknowledge and appreciate council for the clear direction you've given us here. This is exactly essentially what we needed as staff to move forward on this issue. Just noted Councillor Fry's comment around disappointment on the part of staff, and just to assure you that that's not the case at all. We recognize that this is council's role is to make these policy decisions, and it's our role to carry them out. So again, just want to really thank you for the clear direction you've given us, and we're now going to turn our attention to implementing these pieces and working on the next round of changes for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. So yes, and thanks so much for your attention, Council, and deliberation on that item. So next we actually have our referred item from yesterday, item 4, closure and sale of lane adjacent to 1750 Franklin Street and 1717 and to 1771 East Hastings Street. At the council meeting on June 8th, 2021, yesterday, due to time constraints, this item was referred to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting today, June 9th. We have staff from Engineering Services and Real Estate Services on the line to answer questions. Councillor Fry, yesterday you held this report for questions to staff, so if you would like to pose those questions, but I also see other councillors ahead of you, so I'm actually going to go in the order of the queue. Councillor DiGenova?
Sorry, I'm not sure the queue is ever cleared. I'm not on the queue.
Councillor Boyle? Oh, actually, you know what? That is a question queue. I'm going to go back to the main queue. And Councillor Fry, I'm going to add you to the queue. Go ahead.
Chair, actually, I did circulate my questions via email with the intention that staff wouldn't have to attend today, knowing that we had a long schedule. So they were answered to my satisfaction, so I don't actually have any questions. Unless there's a special request for me to ask them in public.
Sure. I'm satisfied with that, given the late hour, and we have to continue on with council business. But before we does any other committee member have questions to staff? Seeing none on the queue, I wonder, Councillor Fry, if you'd be willing to move the motion?
I would not, actually.
You're not going to move it?
I'd be speaking against this recommendation, so I don't feel it appropriate for me to move it.
No problem. So I'm looking for someone who's willing to move the motion.
I'm happy to move the motion, Councillor DiGenova, but I will also be voting in opposition.
Okay, so moved by Councillor DiGenova. And is there any discussion? Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the time that was taken to present this. I won't get into a lot of my personal feelings around factory farming and the operations at Hallmark. Suffice to say, there are issues for me beyond just the operations and what one would often smell and see in the vicinity of the facility that doesn't fill me with comfort at this land deal to essentially expand the footprint of this factory slaughterhouse. What troubles me the most, I think, is the long-range planning for this particular neighborhood, and we know through the Grandview Woodland area plan, this particular block has been contemplated for up to 10 stories and 4 FSR of mixed-use residential, and the blocks to the immediate east of it are up to 4.5 FSR and 10-story residential. So for that reason alone, beyond my personal feelings about factory farming and this particular operation, I'm not comfortable supporting this deal to expand the footprint and sell off a city lot, creating essentially a super lot for a slaughterhouse in this particular part of town. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else on the queue, I will go to, I'll ask clerks to take us to a vote. And just noting that Mayor Stewart is on an LOA now, clerk, so we'll be marking Mayor Stewart as absent. And that motion, that staff report actually does not move forward. It fails in opposition. Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Fry, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, and Councillor Dominato, and myself in opposition. Okay, just give the clerks a second to display that vote result. And I am very happy to say the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Deputy Mayor DiGenova as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting and the items of unfinished business from yesterday's council meeting. Councillor DiGenova, over to you.
Thanks very much. Deputy City Clerk, do you need a few moments or are you ready to go? I can't hear the clerk.
You ready?
Oh.
Yes, Deputy Mayor DiGenova.
Just wanted to check if we had to change over. That's good to know. I will need you to help operate the panel. I'm hoping that's okay. Deputy City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Stewart is absent with a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova is Deputy Mayor in the chair. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
We can see you. Councillor Boyle is present. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Deputy Mayor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 1 to 4.
So moved. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, seconder?
Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. All those in favor say yay.
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 Any opposed? Say nay. The motion carries. Unfinished business. Before we begin, I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure or try to ensure the city clerk has received your amendment before it's your turn to speak. However, as we learned earlier, it's not 100% necessary. You can begin speaking. Your time will be running on your clock. We will now consider our first item of unfinished business, Granville Street Promenade, a People First pedestrian friendly summer 2021 pilot. At the council meeting on May 18th, 2021, council referred this motion to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on May 19th, 2021, in order to hear from speakers. On May 27th, 2021, council heard from speakers and began debate. During debate, council postponed a decision on the motion to the council meeting on June 8th, 2021 as unfinished business. Subsequently, due to time constraints at yesterday's council meeting, this item was referred to today's council portion as unfinished business. Council? Council is currently in debate on this motion with the amendment on the floor. And clerk, could I just ask, do we have that amended amendment up on the public screen?
Deputy Mayor DiGenova, yes, it is on the screen.
Thank you. Please note, the further that of the amended amendment was approved at the reconvened Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on May 27, 2021. The amended amendment is displayed on the screen and online. Also, council has been provided a memo dated June 7, 2021, entitled Voting Procedure from the City Clerk. Council, are there any questions of clarification? I don't see any. So I will now call a vote on the amended amendment, noting the original motion was moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung and seconded by Councillor Dominato.
So I'm on the queue for a point of procedure, Chair.
Yes, if you could please advance, Councillor Kirby-Yung, Deputy City Clerk.
So just to be clear, I just want to reflect back what I heard. We're now voting on the entire amendment, and this is the final vote?
So I will check in with the clerk. However, I understood that we were voting on the amended amendment.
Deputy Mayor DeGenova, that is correct. We are voting on the amendment as it was amended.
Yes, so that would be the final vote on the entire motion. Is that correct? That's what my script says.
No, we would still be required to go to the main motion as amended.
Oh, the main motion is amended. Yes. So, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I think your point of clarification question is, will there be an opportunity to speak to this after the vote on this particular amendment?
No, I just wanted wanted to clarify, Chair, that we're voting on both paragraphs that are highlighted in green at this point as one entity. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Deputy City Clerk, can you please confirm that?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
That's correct. Councillor Dominato, you had a question of clarification? Otherwise, we're in a vote.
Okay, but yes, I had a point of parliamentary procedure if I had an opportunity to speak to this amendment because I didn't the other night when it was up.
Unfortunately, if you take a look at the memo dated June 7th, it articulates and lays out the procedure and the process and where we're at. And I understand, Deputy City Clerk, that we have to go immediately to the vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Point of privilege.
Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
Can we sever these two clauses?
Let me ask the Deputy City Clerk if that's a possibility at this point in time. Deputy City Clerk, is that something that would be recommended?
No, it is not possible to do that when we're in a vote.
Okay, so because we are in a vote, Councillor Swanson, we're not able to do that. Do you have any other further points of privilege or clarification?
No.
Okay, and Councillor Wiebe?
Yeah.
Point
It's
of
been brought to my
clarification?
it's been brought to my attention that there could be an issue with this amendment, and so I'm wondering if I could take a 5-minute recess to speak to lawyer.
Point of procedure.
Councillor Wiebe, let me just check with the clerk. Deputy City Clerk, can Councillor Wiebe call for a recess at this point in time?
No.
Or can he, no. I'm sorry, Councillor Wiebe, but just following the procedure here, that's not something we are able to do. If you have to leave the meeting, though, you can ask the clerk to mark you as absent, but that would be the only way forward, I think. Is that correct, Deputy Clerk? Deputy City Clerk?
Yes, we're in a vote, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone on the queue, so I think that we could pull up. Could you please, Deputy City Clerk, pull up the voting panel for us? And I'd ask that all council members vote on screen, and we're voting on the 2 paragraphs highlighted in green, correct? Deputy City Clerk, could you confirm that, please?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I was just looking at an issue on the panel. Did you have a question for me?
I just wanted to make sure that we were voting on the 2 paragraphs highlighted in green, just to remind everyone, because there is a paragraph highlighted in yellow as well.
That is correct.
Thank you. So if council would please proceed to the vote in green. Thank you very much. And Deputy City Clerk, I would ask that you please send me a note via Jabber if possible, because I do not have a chair panel up.
We still have some some votes that are open.
Okay, and who is still required to vote? Could you
Okay.
please-
We are still needing Councillor Wiebe and Councillor Boyle to vote.
Councillor Boyle?
So clerk, I can't vote on this because there is a chance that there's a perceived conflict. And this is my amendment that I brought forward. And so I need to have an ability to deal with that.
So Councillor Wiebe, what I can do is I'm just going to confer with the clerk as to what the clerk has just said, that there is no way forward to do that unless you were to be marked as absent and were to leave the meeting, and let the clerk know that.
Yes.
But Deputy City Clerk, do you think it's best to take a recess to discuss that, or is that the only way forward?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We cannot take a recess. We're in a vote, but if Councillor Wiebe leaves the meeting, we can mark him as absent, but he must leave the meeting.
So do we have anyone else on?
Okay, I'll be
Are we
leaving.
requiring anyone else's vote?
No? Okay, so the vote is now in. Would you like me to read it out?
Yeah.
Or okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in opposition. So the vote does fail, and absent is Mayor Stewart. In opposition is Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Yung. We also have Councillor Wiebe as absent. We have Councillor Swanson as abstained, and Councillor Boyle and Councillor DiGenova in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. And that brings us back to the amended motion without that amendment, correct, Deputy City Clerk? So the portion highlighted in yellow previously would still appear?
We're just getting it on the screen. If you could give us a moment.
Of course. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor DiGenova, we are now back at the main motion as it was originally presented.
Thank you. And I understand that council members are able to speak to this.
That is correct. That is correct.
I'll just wait a moment to see if I see anyone on the queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, and I just want to check, Deputy City Clerk, because I'm taking this on after Councillor Carr was chairing this meeting in standing committee. Are the times here still correct, or would they be reset for the council members?
They are being reset.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to make sure that we were fair. Councillor Swanson, to the amended amendment, or sorry, to the amended motion.
It's the deputy clerk, Deputy Mayor, and it's the main motion. There has been no amendment.
Oh, my apologies. I thought we were talking about the yellow portion of the amendment, as we had discussed. Had that not been included?
The amendment as amended had lost, so we are now back to the main motion as it originally was.
No. Okay. All right. And the yellow portion that was highlighted?
That was just a note, so it was not part of the motion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle, to the motion moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thanks. And I know it's been a little while since we had this discussion, so I just have one question, if you'll allow it, through you, Chair, to staff, which is that I know the subject of the last 2 days really has been about staff capacity, and a number of us get questions regularly about a number of other street project priorities, the slow streets, the patios, loading, room to move, all of the above. I'm just hoping to make sure before I vote on this that I understand, knowing that we can't do everything, and hard decisions are hard. If moving forward on this for this summer, next month, would require a delay or impact any of those other current ongoing programs.
Thanks very much. I will ask the city manager to respond to that if possible.
Thanks. Through you, Chair DeGenova. Certainly, we will take council's direction on this. There is a lot going on for our street use and transportation teams. Absolutely. So, obviously this motion was initially introduced some time ago, contemplating a July start. I'm not sure that that's practical at this point in time. Obviously, we'd have to be working with the DPA as the kind of key partner here. So that there's a lot of work to do. It will likely have an impact. It's difficult to quantify that at this point.
Councillor
Okay,
Boyle,
thanks. And maybe as a follow-up, that just to clarify then, that the language in the motion that says July through September with final dates to be confirmed, then am I right to interpret that that gives staff the flexibility, considering it's June 9th? I can never believe how quickly the time is going, that gives staff the flexibility to figure out what dates work that may not be all the way from July to September, but that sort of best balances. Basically, I think what I'm asking is, staff will attempt to balance these things, noting we have already given these priorities to other projects and we're adding something new on. This wouldn't usurp all the rest. It would just be a direction to staff to do the best of that balance.
I will ask the city manager to answer, but you're right, Councillor Boyle. I wasn't sure I'd get through this script by September.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, and I see actually we do have Lon Leclerc on the line as well, so maybe I would defer to him to provide any additional context, kind of as the operational lead. Lon, if you're able to, available? I'm not sure whether he's.
I'm just going to ask that Councillor Boyle's timer be paused, Deputy City Clerk, while we wait.
If Lon's not able to get on, I obviously don't want to hold up the proceedings here. Yeah, Council, we don't see this motion as necessarily prioritizing this over all other work, so we would do our best to balance all of those, but it is one more piece that those teams will have to absorb.
Okay, thanks, City Manager. So I will just say, of course.
Councillor Boyle's time again. So sorry. Thanks.
Thanks.
Clerk. Sorry, Councillor Boyle.
That's fine. As we've just been debating, we can't do all of the things all of the time, and so that's been my sort of caution around this. That I think it's a great idea, but it even a few weeks ago didn't come forward with a lot of time to make it happen in, I think, as good a way as we would want in time for this summer. I can appreciate that trying something out this summer gives us something to learn from for next summer, and so that's a worthwhile reason to me. But I also want to be clear, the sort of more decentralized approach that we've been taking of reallocating or slowing street space across the city is also, I think, really important to be meeting the needs of neighborhoods across the city, to support BIAs around the city, and to be making those policies with a kind of equity-based citywide framework in mind, rather than just one neighborhood at the center. Largely, I hope that's the way that we approach this. I appreciated the amendment to look at other streets and neighborhoods as well. And I'd love to see us moving in that direction on a number of streets. And I will just lastly say the other concern I had about this was that Granville is our heaviest hitter in terms of public transit. And so my priority would have been that we pilot this on a different street that is reallocating private vehicles more than it's reallocating buses. The focus on Granville and having to move all of the buses and disrupt transit riders rather than disrupting personal vehicle use is not the choice that I would have made in terms of where we look at this. But this is the proposal before us, and having heard staff will attempt to balance that the best they can. I am sort of cautiously comfortable supporting this as a pilot, and I'm very excited about what we could do in a bigger way in future years in more places. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, to the motion.
Yes, the other day when we were debating this, I made an amendment, and there was one part of the amendment was passed, which was to, if we do this, make sure that it's safe and that we improve safety for delivery people. And that part of the amendment just got eradicated because we couldn't sever the last amendment. There was another part to my amendment, which was to ensure that the changes that get made are safe and welcoming for low-income residents. There are a lot of low-income residents in that area. There's the Regal Hotel.
Sorry, I'm going to pause you, Councillor Swanson. Deputy City Clerk, Councillor Swanson's timer hasn't been started and Councillor Boyle's timer is still running. So apologies, Councillor Swanson. I want to make sure that you have the same FaceTime on and that the public get to see you as well. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson. Continue.
I'm not sure if the public getting to see me is a great advantage, but anyway.
There you go. You get the same opportunity as everyone else. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
So I made an amendment to ensure that the changes that would happen here as part of this opening up of the street are safe and welcoming for low-income residents, because there's a lot of low-income residents that live there in hotels around that neighborhood in single rooms. And I know from my experience in the downtown east side that often when you make an area safe for one group, it makes it unsafe for another group. For example, there could be a lot of security guards roaming around kicking homeless people off. There could be police called all the time. And that amendment that I made to ensure that the changes are safe and welcoming for low-income people was defeated with most of the people who used to be in the NPA voting against it, as well as Councillor Fry.
Point of order, Chair, or I believe it's a point of order.
Could you please stop Councillor Swanson's clock, Deputy City Clerk? Councillor Kirby-Yung, what is the section number in the procedure bylaw that is your point of order?
I think we can just, if the chair could just
I need a section number. That's the way that we proceed.
I was just going to ask that we don't disparage and caution council members, and I feel that a gentle reminder of that is always helpful. We don't usually point out political affiliations and start doing that. I feel that that's...
And there is a section of the procedure bylaw, and if you'd like to call that out, that's fine. I can't recall it unless you do, but thank you very much.
I will come back on.
Young, that's noted, and if you go back on or call a point of order, I will acknowledge that. Councillor Swanson, if Deputy City Clerk, can you restart Councillor Swanson's clock? Keep going, Councillor Swanson.
So to me, it's very important that if we open up streets to the public, that we open it up to all the public. We don't just open it up to the public that can afford to dine on patio cafes. So I'm also concerned about the transit, that we'll be changing transit if we do this from Granville Street, where it's a very, very heavy transit street. I think there's at least 4 buses that go down there.
6.1B and 6.1C that not negatively reflect upon the...
Just a moment. Yes, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have a point
of order.
Yes,
I'd like to call point of order that we generally don't characterize political affiliations with a negative intent to disparage character pursuant to section 6.1B. that says that directly or indirectly reflects negatively upon the character of any person or group of persons, or C, questions the motives of a council member.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I'm just taking a look at the procedure bylaw, and I concur. So Councillor Swanson, if you could please refrain from making comments that may negatively reflect upon any person or any groups of persons. That would be great. Thank you.
I disagree that stating a fact reflects negatively on somebody unless they think that's a negative, a fact that is negative.
I'm just trying to be cautious, but I'm trying to be fair as well, Councillor Swanson. Please proceed with your comments.
I would be proud of my vote rather than ashamed of it. In any event, I think the staff capacity is an issue. I think the transit is the issue. The big issue to me is that council voted to defeat my amendment to make sure that this is a safe and welcoming place for low-income people. So I'll be voting against it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato.
Sorry, Chair. I was just taking a minute to get off.
No worries. And Deputy City Clerk, when I call on a councillor, if you could advance them on the queue, and then I don't have to ask you to do that each time and start their clock, that would be great. Thank you. Dominato, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to briefly, I'm happy to support this motion. I think that it's critically important that we look at opportunities to revitalize our downtown core, to support our small businesses, to support the local economy and jobs. And an aspect of this is a pedestrian-friendly open space that's open to all. And I think this is something that we've proven over the course of the last year and a half with COVID, is that public spaces, public realm is critically important to wellness and issues of equity. And so the opportunity to create space on a number of days over the course of the summer months, when we have the good weather, for people to gather and enjoy that space and to activate it. And we now have a new CEO of the Downtown Vancouver BIA who is extremely keen to engage with our city. And so I think there's a lot of wins in all of this. And I highlight not only the public realm, but equity, because as Councillor Swanson was noting, her motion being defeated, it was because all of us want to see that space be open and safe for all citizens. So I want to be really clear on that, regardless of income. And so, sorry, I'm hearing some background noise, Chair.
I just want to make sure everyone who's not speaking is on mute. Thank you. Go ahead.
And so we want to create a space that is open and accessible for all and safe for all in our city, and support our small businesses as well in doing that, but also to create a dynamic, activated public realm for our citizens to enjoy. And I think it's fantastic. We saw lots of support for this. We had a number of residents and businesses write in support of this idea. It's a pilot, it's a trial, and just as we piloted other initiatives last summer. And so I'm in full support of it. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick.
Through you, Chair, I have a point of information that I would like to obtain. Okay. Is that possible?
Please go ahead.
You know, we've been talking a lot about Granville Street, and I'm curious whether how the VPD weigh in on this, and Bar Watch, these kinds of organizations. I mean, I'm generally supportive of this, but we know that it's a sensitive area. So point of information, I guess, is about, is there any feedback from VPD or Bar Watch?
Could I ask the city manager to respond?
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure, again, if Lon's able to connect in yet.
Was there anything addressed in the staff comments, even? I'm sorry, I don't have them before me right now, so please go ahead.
Lon LeClaire, General Manager, Engineering Services. Yeah, at this point, we haven't made that contact with VPT and their capacity to kind of support us in this effort. So that would be work to be done should council pass this motion.
So VPD or Bar Watch, we don't have any of those organizations that have been dealing with it, unruliness on the street or anything to provide feedback.
Yeah, at this point, we haven't contacted them regarding this proposal.
Okay, thank you.
One additional, I guess, point that I would add to that is at this point in time, given the reduced kind of capacity restrictions and health restrictions, there have not been the issues that we've historically seen on Granville Street. Obviously, as things open up, that could change because there would be capacity for bigger crowds and more of the problems that we've historically wrestled with on Granville Street. So it may be an issue kind of getting on into the summer, and of course will depend on the DVBA's programming as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hardwick? Is that
is it permissible to, at this point in the proceedings, to ask a question of the mover of the motion?
Go ahead. Through a point of information, that's
through a point of information. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I'm surmising that you have done some testing on the subject of the VPD and Bar Watch. Do you have anything to contribute to this question?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. I can say that not of their own initiation, the VPD liquor coordinator reached out to me because they were looking at reviewing the motions, as I understand is natural practice with the VPD when there are motions that may relate to any sort of thing that hits their services or in the public arena. And the clarification question that was asked of me was that this was not a liquor zone or a drinking zone, and I affirmed that no, it wasn't. And they asked the question that any sort of drinks would happen on the already regulated existing permanent or temporary patios that are attached to restaurants and to business operations, and clarified that this is intended to be just like the other pop-up plazas in the city, kind of an all ages friendly public space where anybody can sit and enjoy that public space. And so that was the outreach that I received from the VPD and the question that was asked of me, and that was the clarification that I gave, and they seemed satisfied with that.
I know you've been in touch with the BIA, but what about Bar Watch? Anything there?
I've met on a number of occasions with the representatives of Hospitality Vancouver Association, many of which those businesses are not open currently, but interact and have a strong partnership with Bar Watch, and they are supporting it because they see this as good for the street and are concerned that if the patterns of traffic change significantly in the short term, that they just won't get people back downtown. And so that's why, regardless of which businesses may or may not be open, as the public health orders evolve, that there was sort of that broad support across, including HVA, who works consistently with Bar Watch.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I might just reiterate a couple of comments which might be helpful just for the public or anybody listening along, because this wasn't our last council agenda and we've literally run out of time. So just to provide some context, the idea here is to provide, and this was really a COVID response measure and a sort of recovery measure. That was the spirit of the idea, to support the businesses. I appreciated the comment from Councillor Boyle with respect to equity, and I think I would offer there that in the research for this motion, and I think we've all received stats and heard from the BIA and other representatives, that downtown has been the hardest hit neighborhood in terms of the reduction of overall foot traffic, and in terms of having the highest number of store closures and retail storefronts. And so that really was sort of part of the impetus for it, was looking at a neighborhood that, you know, from an equity perspective was sort of hardest hit from that point of view. So that was part of it. It was interesting to see the reaction to the idea of having a promenade on Granville Street, which was very positive, and not just from the business community, but what I was personally happy to see was from residents in the area that were interested to have this and to sort of have a space to enjoy and to go to. There has been a transition in leadership at the DVBIA. So I know a number of us have met with Nolan Marshall, who's the new president CEO, taking over the helm, the big shoes from Charles Gauthier, who continues to be supportive and committed to it, and do have dedicated resources in their placemaking budget towards this project initiative, and fully intend to activate it and take on the lion's share of the work with respect to sort of that component. They've had discussions, for example, about how and where they'll store tables, that they can store them in some of the clubs that are not open, how they can bring out sort of greenery on the streetscape, the idea to support local musicians and buskers, to have some people out. So I think there's a real commitment there, and I think that the feedback has been quite positive. I will say that also there's been a lot of dialogue, and a number of councillors will have probably received outreach from some of the businesses and from emails and things of that nature that were quite concerned to see the amendment that was proposed earlier by Councillor Wiebe to move it to 2023, because they felt that didn't sort of reflect the need now and the spirit behind the motion, which was, I said, is a COVID response measure, and that there's certainly enthusiasm for looking at an opportunity to do something on a larger scale in years moving forward, but this is needed now to sustain the businesses and sustain the street and this destination. And that it could provide some good learnings. I think Councillor Baum mentioned that too, in terms of informing sort of future and bigger events. But it also is appropriately at scale, given that we're in COVID, and we have to sort of navigate through that from a gathering perspective. So I think it's a great public space initiative. I think it builds on the other pop-up plazas that have happened throughout the city. I know the businesses will support it. I've heard a lot of positive from residents, and I'm hopeful that council will hear that too. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Fry?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've come around to this motion. Actually, I was originally supportive of Councillor Wiebe's referral idea and the notion that there was more work to be done to get this right and do it right. Since having conversations with Nolan Marshall and Downtown Vancouver BIA, they've indicated that there is a willingness on the part of them to really step up on the programming side of this. I think the bus rerouting is manageable, and certainly something that is normally kind of contemplated on under normal circumstances in the Granville district, and certainly there's been plenty of daytime events on the Granville Strip. I recall going to a number of Taiwanese festivals that used to take over, and a big vegan fest that was there one time. And so it seems to be okay and doable, and I think if DVBIA are willing to step up, I don't know that the Granville Entertainment Strip can afford to wait till 2022 to figure out some kind of strategy. I think the time is now. It is unfortunate the way the amendment structure played out, and that we lost the amendment about safe cycling and delivery components. I think that was an important consideration, especially given that we do see a lot more food delivery options coming on, on bikes with the big backpacks. And I think I'm not sure, actually, even maybe if I can ask through you, Chair, if there's still an opportunity to add an amendment of that nature to this, or are we too far gone here?
I understand you can add an amendment at any time you want during your time, as long as we don't have more than 2 amendments. And my apologies, my connection was a little weak there, so sometimes I pop that off to make sure I
yeah, sure. Well, actually, and then you know what, I'm gonna bounce off for a minute and allow Councillor Bly to make her comments, and maybe I'll just come up with a little amendment to that effect.
Okay, Councillor Bly.
Thanks.
To the motion.
Where's my video? Thanks very much. I just wanted to speak in support of the motion. And I too have come, I appreciated Councillor Fry's framing, and I too have come around to the motion. I think part of that was speaking to the incoming president of the DVBIA, Nolan Marshall, and Gavin, who also works on the team at the DVBIA. And I think ultimately this is demonstrates initiative from Councillor Kirby-Yung. It's tough to sort of envision at the outset, and it's about getting into the details and recognizing that it's really about council enabling this through decision of this particular motion to allow others to be able to get creative and put some real time and energy and focus into an area of downtown that really needs it right now, to be an inclusive part of the city overall. So I'm not going to go on about it, but I just wanted to thank Councillor Kirby-Yung and the DVBIA for really demonstrating leadership here, and doing so at a time when businesses need to know that they're heard. It's not, I don't think it's an ideal to have sort of independently and self-directed motions in this regard ongoing, but to recognize we're economically very much still in a pandemic, and we need to support our BIAs in pushing forward on initiatives that are going to help their members. So I'm happy to support, and thanks for the legwork that's been done by all parties that I've already mentioned.
Thanks. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to also echo my support and actually my come around on this as well, and really truly I think recognizing the leadership of the DVBIA on this, their willingness to put resources behind it, it also makes a difference for me. But I actually want to harken back and maybe some of you as councillors are aware that when Granville Street was first created as a pedestrian mall, it was a pedestrian mall. It was a no traffic whatsoever on it. I happened to be a graduate student at the time where Professor Hardwick was on council and stated how important it was to have somewhere in the city, like so many European cities, where people come first. Pedestrians come first, and so and of course changed over time greatly. But I think this harkens back to that, at least in this one section. I do think that people, as we emerge from COVID, are looking for opportunities to be outside and to gather in safe ways with entertainment. So I know that the last year the patios made such an incredible difference to the survival of businesses. So I think that that is, to me, really important. It is a pilot, and I really appreciate pilots for testing out new ideas. And Councillor Fry, are you ready yet? I'm okay. Perhaps you can go on the list, and then I can wrap my comments up. Great. So
you have 3 more minutes almost. So go ahead, Councillor Carr.
That's okay. All of those were points, though, that were on my mind. So appreciate the opportunity to share them. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. You have almost 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I quickly, if we can move to an amendment queue, I guess. I just circulated an amendment through the clerk, and it's to add to D. And basically, it's further the parties work together to ensure safe access, passage, and movement for cyclists, including delivery couriers, and work together to ensure a safe, welcoming environment for all visitors and residents. In both these pieces, I just quickly walking through it. Obviously, the safe passage for cyclists, recognizing that that when we have a lot more pedestrian activity and stuff, it will be helpful to ensure that we're not getting these two users sort of mixed up, and recognizing that there are a lot of delivery couriers who are bringing us food nowadays from a lot of the restaurants on Granville Street. And the second piece is a reflection on Councillor Swanson's earlier amendment, which she may have mischaracterized as to my opposition to it, where she had suggested making a welcoming space for low-income folks. At the time, I had commented that it should be a welcoming space for everybody, not just rich people or not just low-income people, but for everybody. So in an effort to sort of recognize that, the last phrase is really work together to ensure a safe, welcoming environment for all visitors and residents. And of course, reflecting that Granville Street does have a history sometimes of being not a safe place for everybody, be it low-income folks, be it women, be it folks who are getting drunk and hitting the clubs. We know GED has had that kind of marred history, so making sure that that is part of the sort of vision here, that it's safe and welcoming for everybody.
Thanks. I'm going to ask the Deputy Clerk. I didn't want to interrupt you there, Councillor Fry. I thought you'd give me a break to move us to amendment queue, but I'll note your time there. I don't see anyone else on the list. I know that I can ask a question as the chair, so I'm going to ask a point of information if that's possible of the city manager. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I see in this amendment it's saying safe and welcoming. I'm just wondering, to some of the other questions that were asked before, would you be before anything moved forward, would you be working with industry and with VPD and TransLink and all of those other groups that have been mentioned?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Yeah, we would. That would be the next piece of work, is to engage with the partners. The programming of the space, as is contemplated in the motion, is the responsibility of the DVBA. So certainly they would have a role to play here, but all the parties you just mentioned, I think, would need to be part of that discussion.
Okay, thanks so much. And Clerk, I think we can proceed with the vote. I don't see anyone else on the queue. So if you could please bring up the voting panel on Councillor Fry's amendment. And I'll just ask the Deputy Clerk to read out the vote results when the vote has finished, Council.
Did you need me to read out the vote, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay.
It's DeGenova, yes.
Can you see it? It is carried unanimously with the mayor absent.
Thank you very much. And that brings us back to the final motion as amended. And I don't see anyone on the queue to speak to that. So I'm going to ask, oh, do I see someone on the queue? I want to make sure we would go back to Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr, is that the right queue?
Yep, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, we were back to you.
Back to me already. What?
Your amendment passed. We're on the amended amendment.
Oh, well, sure. Since I have the mic, I'll just speak for a moment. I'm happy to support this. I think this is really recognizing that there are a lot of struggling businesses and employers down on Granville Street, and that Granville Street is going through some rather pivotal changes, as well as has been contemplated and discussed variously, becoming a bit more of a family-friendly destination. So I think this may actually present an opportunity to start to tease out some of those kind of aspirations for the future of Granville Street. And certainly it's been a conversation we've had a number of times here at Council of recent, is what is the future of Granville Street? I think one thing's for sure, that we need to keep it alive in order to give it a future. So I'm happy to support this. Glad for the opportunity to actually come around on this. So yeah, be voting in support.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson. Clerk, could you advance Councillor Swanson? Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
I think I can support this now that my amendment has been basically been put back in, and hopefully the low-income people won't be chased out by cops or security guards, and we'll have some safety for delivery people. So I think I can go for it now.
Okay. Is that the conclusion of your comments, Councillor Swanson?
Yep.
Thank you. I'd ask the Deputy City Clerk to please bring up the voting panel, and if you could please announce the vote when that has concluded.
Would you like me to read the vote?
Please,
okay.
Deputy City Clerk.
So the main motion as amended passes with Mayor Stewart absent and Councillor DeGenova abstaining, and the rest in favor.
Thanks very much. Okay, Council. We will now consider our second item of unfinished business, appointment of council representative to the inaugural board of the Zero Emissions Innovation Center. At yesterday's council meeting, due to time constraints, council referred this item to today's council meeting following the standing committee. As unfinished business. This item was held by Councillor Kirby-Yung for questions. To staff, Councillor Kirby-Yung, please proceed with your questions And clerk, if you could please clear the queue and begin with Councillor Kirby-Young's timer. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have a question, Chair, but I wanted to make a comment and pull this item for separate vote. And my comment that I wanted to sort of make is seeing this sort of increasing and developing kind of, I guess, circumstance or situation where by virtue of the practices that have been followed, not initially, but for the majority of this council term, we are seeing the appointment and I think the overloading of a couple of councillors consistently to a number of different boards. And I think that that's placing a lot of workload, obviously, on a couple of councillors. And I don't believe that we are taking full advantage of the breadth of council in terms of the interest and desire that people have to serve and the experience they bring and simply the bandwidth that we have of the full council. It's unfortunately the mayor's not here, but I'm hopeful that somebody will pass these comments along to him because he obviously plays a key role in some of these appointments. But the other thing I want to know is I've seen several circumstances, I think, where we're seeing some challenges with the appointment process that has been followed. So recently when we had the appointment to the UNDRIP Implementation Committee, which was an initiative brought forward, great one by Councillor Boyle, we saw an amendment on the fly to try to put in an additional representative from the same party beyond the number of reps that were specified in the bylaws. We've seen amendments on the floor to change out committee chairs. It's sort of a refresh and renewal. Outside of practice, we saw it with the nominations committee in terms of appointing a further 2 members in an effort to ensure some broader representation of sort of council members across that specific committee. And so I've sort of seen this practice continue all the way through, and it just strikes me that I don't think it, from a sort of a diversity perspective and in terms of really taking best advantage of this council and sort of being respectful too of the demands on councillors' times and significant workloads, that this sort of like continued appointment of the same individuals makes sense. And so I wanted to just take a moment and share that on the record because it's something that's been on my mind for some time and I haven't brought it up previously, but I felt that it was important to sort of note that for the record. And so I pulled it to make that comment and to advise that I'll be voting against this report for that reason. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I don't see anyone else on the queue. So, Deputy City Clerk, could you please move us to a vote?
Deputy Mayor, we do not.
Apologies. Yes. Sorry. It
Okay.
has not been moved yet, has it? Is that correct, Deputy Clerk?
That's correct. We need a mover.
Could I have a
So
mover?
moved, Swanson.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Seconder?
Second.
Boyle.
I heard Boyle, Councillor Boyle first. And Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Swanson, I see you on the queue. Oh,
I'm good.
I don't see. Okay, thanks. Just wanted to check. Deputy City Clerk, could you please now move us to a vote? Thank you. Please vote on screen. And Deputy City Clerk, if you could please, when the vote concludes, read out the results. Thank you.
Yes, the motion passes. Mayor Stewart is absent. Councillor Digenov abstained, and Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition.
Okay, thank you. We'll try and roll through the rest. We will now consider our third item of unfinished business, referral report, regulation redesign, simplifying height regulations, and miscellaneous amendments. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Hearing none, at yesterday's council meeting, due to time constraints, council referred this referral report to today's council meeting following the standing committee as unfinished business. This item was held by Councillor Hardwick for questions to staff. Councillor Hardwick, please proceed with your questions. Deputy City Clerk, please start Councillor Hardwick's timer. Thanks.
Thank you. So my question to staff is, why have we combined so many different unrelated issues under one report as an omnibus. This is a 101-page report. From my reading, really represents 3 different reports. So why has it been combined into one omnibus report at this time?
City Manager? Homo Quinn?
Thanks, Councillor. I see that Teresa O'Donnell is on the call, so I would defer her to provide comment on that question.
Yes, thank you, City Manager. This is Teresa O'Donnell, General Manager for PDS, and Marco Agnesini is also in the line with me tonight. Thank you for the question, Councillor. This is a fairly routine report, albeit it is quite a long one. The only substantive amendment in this report is the introduction of a definition of height. We currently don't have one in the zoning and development bylaw. This was recommended through our advisory panel and through public consultation. The other changes are really very minor in nature. There's some corrections and inadvertent errors. There are no changes to form of development. Even though it refers to form of development, these are all wording changes, and there are no form of development changes embedded in this kind of roll-up. We can certainly, at public hearing, make this very clear during our presentation.
Okay, well,
so
in your estimation, you're just saying that it is it's all minor and housekeeping stuff, and that's the reason that you've thrown it all into a single report. So I'll come back. Another.
Is that a question, Councillor Hardwick?
No, I'm just reciting back what I just heard. Can you give more explanation in the report recommendations for RM8 zones regarding infill? This is another thing that is contained in this that is not to do with height. It is to do with infill, and recommendations are around RM zones.
Absolutely. Marco, can you give us the specifics on that, please?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Really, it's to clarify and align the zoning to be consistent with the guidelines. As they're currently written, they're inconsistent. So we're trying to bring those into alignment to essentially allow more than one or more than one building on the site. Currently, it's more limiting in the zoning than was otherwise approved and intended by council. So it is a clarification of previous council direction.
And finally, given my concerns about the omnibus nature of this report, would it not be a simple matter of breaking it into the 3 different areas that are represented in this report and bringing them forward separately?
We certainly could do that if it was the desire of council. It would require 3 different public hearings as opposed to one public hearing. Of course, all of these recommendations we could be severed, and the council could vote on them separately once you're at public hearing and that process has been closed.
Well,
as a general comment, if I may just add,
yep.
We are looking to, council obviously has a huge amount of work on your agenda, both in terms of council meetings and public hearings. And so we are really looking to optimize it to ensure that council is able to continue to get through your business. Obviously, we're at the end of 2 very long days here. But yeah, so that's part of, I think, our general impetus around structuring reports and so on. Again, we are happy to take council's direction on this, but we are always looking to make sure we're balancing kind of council's time availability with the business that you have to conduct.
As I've said many times before, the devil's in the details. And so it's a question of being able to be efficient and at the same time be able to drill into the specifics. And my concern is this omnibus approach is just making it impossible to drill into the details in the way that we need to. So quickly, I have circulated a referral back to staff, which I sent to the clerk and to council's distribution as list as well. And it is to break it into 3 separate reports.
hopefully you
I'm
can
just going
pull that
to
up.
I'm just going to take a moment, Council, to confer with the clerk and staff and review this myself. So I'm going to suggest that we come back in. I'm just going to ask the city manager. Do you think that 5 minutes is sufficient?
I would
If I
think
have
so,
questions for you?
Chair, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So we'll come back at 8:10 p.m. Council, and we're on recess until then while I confer with the clerk and staff. Thank you. Is in order. Councillor Hardwick, please go ahead. I do want to remind Council that when we're considering referring something to public hearing, the scope of the questions we are able to ask and the debate and discussion here has to be limited. Thanks. Councillor Hardwick? Did you have anything more to say on your referral?
He is muted. And
Kirk, can you hear me?
Genova was earlier. Like it wasn't 8:10 yet.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to
I can hear you.
just wanted to make sure. I couldn't hear anyone else. And Councillor Hardwick, are you perhaps on mute because you are on the queue?
It's on mute.
But I can't hear you, and I prompted you.
I'm sorry, I must have missed that, but
I'm so sorry. I just wondered if you had anything more to say on your.
No, I just
referral
again,
that
I'm
is in
troubled.
order, yes.
I'm overall troubled by the propensity for omnibus reports. And I think it's important to be able to separate things out and visit them individually. I understand that council has a busy public hearing schedule, but these are things that can be dealt with quite quickly in isolation, but things slip through the cracks in combination. And so as a general statement, I would encourage staff to steer clear of omnibus reports. And I encourage council to refer this back to staff to break into separate reports with the language that I've provided.
Thanks.
That's
I
it.
don't see anyone else on the queue to speak to this, so I will move us to a vote on the referral motion. Or I'll ask the Deputy City Clerk to move us to vote on the referral motion. And to also call out the results of that vote, please. Thank you.
Chair, just a point of information.
We're in a vote, so a point of privilege is fine.
A point of privilege. And just to clarify, are we voting on Councillor Hardwick's referral motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor DeGenova, we're still needing one vote from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, all votes are in. Would you like me to read it out?
Yes, please do.
Okay. The referral fails. In opposition is Councillor Carr, DeGenova, Fry, Swanson, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby-Yung.
Thanks very much. So that brings us forward to the staff recommendations. Would anyone else like to move a motion?
So moved, Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Seconder?
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Council, is there any discussion on this? Seeing no one on the queue, I'll ask the Deputy City Clerk to move us to a vote and to read out the conclusion of that vote. Thank you.
Would you like me to read out the vote, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. It passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition.
Thanks very much. Council, we will now consider our fourth item of unfinished business, administrative motion, RM3A, RM4, and RM4N guidelines for social housing. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? Councillor Hardwick, I see you on the queue. Is that a holdover?
Yeah, that's a holdover.
Thanks. Councillor Wiebe, I see you on the queue.
Yes, I've had advice from legal staff that I will be stepping away in abundance of caution on this vote, recognizing I stepped away due to a code of conflict on the last couple regarding this issue.
Okay, thank you. And would you mind please stating what the conflict is?
The conflict is that I'm an owner in RM4 zoning and could benefit from the guidelines presented.
Thank you very much. I will ask the Deputy City Clerk to move you to the waiting room then. Councillor Weep? And at yesterday's council meeting, Deputy City Clerk, can you confirm for me when I can proceed?
Yes, yes, Councillor Weeb is moved.
Thank you. At yesterday's council meeting, due to time constraints, council referred this administrative motion to today's council meeting following the standing committee as unfinished business. Council, are there any questions to staff? Seeing none, would someone like to move the motion?
So moved, Councillor Carr.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the Deputy City Clerk to move us to a vote and to call out the conclusion and vote results when that has finished.
Would you like me to read the vote, Deputy Mayor?
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. The vote passes with Councillor Weeb in declared conflict, and Mayor Stewart absent.
Thanks very much. Council, I just wanted to confer with the Deputy City Clerk in my script.
Point of procedure, Chair?
Yes?
On the queue. Isn't it
I'm
normal
sorry.
to state
I
who is
didn't see that. Go ahead.
Isn't it normal to state who is in opposition on a vote?
I'm sorry, Deputy City Clerk, I thought you had.
There were none in opposition.
My screen was showing 3 in opposition, but the voting screen didn't come up. That's why I was asking for clarification.
Just one moment, please. So, Deputy Mayor, there was no opposition for that last vote. There was 1 abstained, 1 absent, and 1 in conflict.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Does that clarify?
Thank
you. And Deputy City Clerk, just because I think there may be some overlap in my script and the standing committees, could you please clarify what the next item on the agenda is?
Yes, the next item that we would have been considering is no longer required on the agenda because the report in the standing committee had failed. So the next item is bylaws.
Thank you. Bylaws. Council, we have 11 bylaws on the agenda that due to time constraints were referred as unfinished business from yesterday's council meeting. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 4 is from the public hearing of June 5th, 2018. All council members except for Councillors Carr and DeGenova were absent from this item at public hearing.
Point of information.
Yes?
On the subject of this particular bylaw, I'm curious why this has taken so long to come forward for enactment. As you've stated, the majority of council were not elected yet, and I would just like an answer from staff why this one has taken this long to go through.
And this is a point of procedure?
I thought it was a point of information, but
thank you. Could you go on the queue then, please, Councillor Hardwick? Thanks. Deputy City Clerk, if you could advance Councillor Hardwick and begin her timer, I will ask the City Manager, Paul Mokry, to answer that question. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I actually don't know the answer to that myself. I see that we've got Grant Murray from Law on, as well as Teresa O'Donnell. I'm not sure if either of them can add any illumination on that point.
Sorry, it's Grant Murray with Legal Services. I don't know the particulars of this, but there are often many conditions that are imposed in the enactment of a bylaw, and I'm assuming that these ones were only recently completed. I don't know the details behind that, but it does occur where if there's a series of conditions and it takes a very long time for them to be met, that a bylaw can wait in abeyance for some considerable time. Happily, the Vancouver Charter allows the current council to review as a result of an amendment that was made within the last 15 years. So as long as it's been reviewed properly, all councillors can vote on it.
Does that sufficiently answer your question, Councillor Hardwick?
It's problematic because I reviewed the material, but I still don't know what delayed it in the intervening period. So since that information cannot be provided, although I have reviewed the material, I would be forced to abstain.
I'm going to read through the list of councillors. If you could please let me know if you have reviewed the proceedings and if you will be voting. Councillor Bly.
I have and I will.
Councillor Boyle.
I have and I will.
Councillor Dominato.
I have not.
Councillor Fry.
I have and I will.
Councillor Hardwick.
I have and I will.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I have not.
Councillor Swanson.
No.
Councillor Wiebe.
I have and I will. I have and I will.
Thank you. And Mayor Stewart is absent. And bylaws, Deputy City Clerk, would you like a vote on that now? Or should we proceed to the next item?
We can just proceed to do them all together.
Okay, and we can proceed with yays and nays. Is that correct?
That is correct. No.
Okay, all in favor? Please say yay.
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 Any opposed? Please say nay.
Nay, if this is everything together, because there were other bylaws. Are we doing them all
No,
right now?
we are currently doing bylaw 4, as I called out.
Okay, if it's just bylaw 4, are you not going to put it on the
Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
All of them.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
May I ask you if you could continue with the script straight down to the bottom before we get to the vote?
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. It had just been Councillor Hardwick's point of information was directly about bylaw 4, as it had only been Councillor Carr and myself who had been present for that item. That's my understanding. But I will continue on, and then we will vote after council as the deputy clerk.
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you. Bylaws 7 and 11 are from the public hearing of July 21st, 2020. I myself was absent from the public hearing, and yes, I have reviewed the proceedings, and I will be voting on the enactments. Bylaw 9 is from the public hearing of July 10th, 2018. All council members except for Councillor Carr and myself were absent for this item at public hearing. At the council meeting on May 18th, 2021, Councillors Bly, Boyle, Fry, Kirby-Yung, Wiebe, and myself confirmed we had reviewed the proceedings. Council, when I call your name, please advise if you have reviewed the proceedings and if you will be voting on enactment. Councillor Dominato.
No, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
This is confirming this is on 9?
9.
No, I have not and I won't.
Thanks. And Councillor Swanson.
No.
Does any member wish to hold any of the bylaws for debate, separate vote, or for conflict of interest?
Yes, I'm on the queue.
Councillor Hardwick.
I would like to hold 6
Clerk,
for separate vote.
have you noted that?
Yes.
Thank you. And would someone like to move a motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 11?
So
And we'll
moved,
hold
Councillor
6?
Carr.
Thank you.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Deputy Mayor, I just want to identify that we're holding number 6.
That's what I had mentioned because Councillor
Okay.
Hardwick had asked for that. And I understand it's also for Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, please.
Councillor I'm sorry, Council, just a moment. Deputy City Clerk, we're holding number 4 and number 6 for Councillor Hardwick for separate vote. And on bylaw 9, Councillors Dominato, Hardwick, and Swanson have not reviewed the proceedings and will not be voting on that. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt? Oh, sorry, we just went through that. We do have a mover and a seconder. Council, any discussion on this? I don't see anyone on the queue. All in favor, please say yay for bylaws 1 to 11, excluding 4 and 6.
Yay. Yay.
Yay. Any opposed? Please say nay. Seeing none, that carries with none in opposition. And now we will move on to Deputy City Clerk. Could you please advise if you'd like separate votes for 4 and 6, or if we can vote for those together?
Separate votes, please.
Separate votes. So Council will proceed to vote on bylaw 4 on screen, please.
On the screen.
And Deputy City Clerk, if you could please read out the results afterwards. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I did not hear you.
If you could please read out the results when they're complete.
Yes. We still have Councillor Dominato and Councillor Kirby-Yung. Were they ineligible? Is that correct?
Yes, Clerk, I'm ineligible to vote on bylaw 4.
Bylaw, yes. And bylaw 9.
Okay. So that passes with none in opposition.
Thanks. And are we okay with the same movers from 1 to 11 to do the separate vote here on bylaw 6, Deputy City Clerk?
I move.
I'm not sure if we need a mover, if we already have one here. From 1 to 11, we already had moved. Is that correct? Deputy City Clerk?
Just a moment.
Thanks.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, you may proceed.
Okay, thanks. So now we're voting on screen as it had been held by Councillor Hardwick for separate vote for bylaw number 6.
No.
Okay, that vote is in, Deputy Mayor, and it passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition.
Thanks. And just for the public's knowledge, the list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. May we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Councillor Hardwick, thanks. Seconder, I heard Councillor Bly. All in favor, say yay.
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 Hey.
Any opposed? Don't hear any opposed. That passes. Thanks, Council, and thanks so much, staff.
Thanks very much, Council. Good night.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank you,
night.
guys.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks,
Night.
Chair. Thanks.